That's good to know.
Yeah, my 3.5, my 4 and my 5e rules have been melding together, so I've been reading a lot for the past few days.
Yeah, it's really easy for those old 3.5 rules to like stay lodged in your brain.
Is there like a 6th edition coming sometime soon, or like?
I hope not.
I wouldn't expect it soon because they released 5e relatively recently in the grand scheme of things.
Right. No, I'm just.
I think
curious,
they're
like,
also pretty pleased with 5e, like the business model they've adopted.
Yep.
Okay. No, that's what I guess I was curious because I tend to think like in like set rotations for cards. It's like, okay, we gotta have content.
Yeah, no, that's not. Their content is releasing supplements for a successful edition.
Yeah, and each like supplement they come out with, especially digitally, kind of unlocks more content you have access to in the digital library. So it's a pretty good business model. Plus, everything kind of like hooks together and scales.
Makes sense. That's neat.
The reason,
also, part of the reason why we had 5e so soon after 4th edition is because 4th edition was an abysmal, colossal failure.
It really was. Oh.
I don't think I ever heard anything about 4th. I pretty much went 3.5 to 5.
4th edition,
a lot of people
took it in a very different direction, but a lot of people didn't like it. Like, I think it does some things
so many
well.
good ideas though that made their way into 5e, and I wish more of them had.
Mike used to worked on 4th edition, I think.
Today?
I think so.
Yeah, it makes sense because it's got a very stratified, like strategic layer that is much fuzzier in all the other editions.
Interesting.
It's very rigid, and you don't have a lot of options for, like, your character when they level, they get an ability that does X or Y. And it always does X or Y when you activate that ability X number of times per day. And they just made stuff a lot more nebulous in 5e, but still way more structured than 3rd and 3.5 were.
I feel like I've learned so much in these conversations.
That you never cared about.
No, listen, I appreciate that you all really care about D&D, and I care about hanging out with you all and throwing fireballs, so, like, this is all great.
Well, I mean, you think back to, like, various editions of Magic, like when you were following Magic the Gathering, like, you remember the permutations, you know, you remember editions that were particularly stupid.
Yeah, no, totally. I totally get this.
What's your favorite keyword? Mine's phasing.
I think similarly about, like, you know, Undertaker when Nax first launched. Like, I totally get it. It's like, D&D for me is more of like a social vessel as opposed to something like I'm like deeply concerned about the minutia of. But it is, I always enjoy listening to like passionate people talk about their hobbies. So like, as much as I called you all fucking nerds, that's fun to do. I do genuinely enjoy hearing you all geek out about it.
Sir, this is a family stream?
Sir, this is a Wendy's.
No, it's not. It's going to be even less of a family stream when you fucking give me Frank. He's getting judged.
Frank!
Wow.
Is Frank still in the backpack? What do we do with Frank? Do we still have Frank?
Got a Frank in the backpack.
I want to point out that we never actually announced that we released the Frank.
No, Frank is still in Rain's backpack.
Yeah,
Frank in the backpack.
I will get him. He will get judged. It's going to happen.
He's just a little dude. He's a harmless little dude, no less.
He's an abomination.
It's not his fault, though.
He's not like
so. I just want to point out he was effectively unborn that way, and
baby, I'm unborn this way.
He was caged in a skeletal prison for his crimes against the order of fucking the living. So.
Well, I mean, sure, there were people that were part of that society that were blameless. How do you know he was an actual necromancer and wasn't just like a slave to them or something that got trapped in his skeletal bodies? And
I mean, I think we actually did clear up that he was a necromancer. So that
no, we cleared up that he was part of that society. We don't know if he was actually one of those necromancers.
What I took from that conversation was that he was a necromancer. So, like,
I mean, Kasha could absolutely have taken anything from that conversation.
That is enough for my Fox News Care Bear who hates the undead.
Oh my god.
I'm about to
They're here to take our gerbs.
I'm about to roll out some sweeping fucking federal mandates on skeletons. I'm just gonna throw it out.
Oh my god. They can't get vaccinated because they don't have
So where were
skin.
we? I think we had just mage-handed a gem off of that dragon statue, so now we've got one of the gems.
You do, so meanwhile...
And I'm going to immediately pop that gem into my satchel of holding, so it cannot be pock-picketed.
Hits Frank. Oh wait, no. I was gonna say hits Frank on the head, but Frank is not in your bag of holding.
Frank, hold this.
He could actually just use it as an eyeball. I don't know, gussy up Frank's a little bit.
I actually have a character
Frank,
in a different
the
game
Bejeweled.
that's sort of like a Western style Eberron campaign. And I got a dude that's a warlock hexblade that uses range attacks all the time. And his hexblade is a dead eye. It's like a gem that's socketed in one of his eye sockets. It's great.
Is his name fucking Jonah?
No, his name is Grim Hammerdown, and he is a goblin, and he's wonderful, and I love him.
Does he like
Griff, not Grim.
Does he live in like Louisiana?
It's kind of like the West.
Okay.
The generic
like,
West.
When you describe this, that's kind of what I hear. Right?
It's a really fun campaign.
Nice.
But we're not playing that campaign.
Meanwhile, in Arctis. All right, last time.
Investigate this crystal. Oh, okay. We're actually going with a lead-in. Okay, I'm sorry.
We're going with a brief recap, and then we'll do the lead-in. Now you guys are eager to play and grabbing that crystal you just pocketed off the dragon trophy, but brief recap. It's the hunt time. I'm like leaning back in my chair. It's time for the hunt. And after a brief ceremonial introduction, all of the entrants to the hunt have been magically teleported into a sandy temple-like area full of danger, traps, snakes, swarms, to Lamaya,
Dun, 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 dun,
and other
dun, dun, dun.
terrible dangers.
Christina's stream muted with my sultry Indiana Jones music.
Oh god, please don't. After entering the hunt and descending immediately down to the second floor, you all came across a bevy of bad guys, including two Lamaya disguised as halflings who you beat to smithereens. What else did we fight in here previously? We had some slimes, even though you triumphed over the slimes and got a couple healing potions in the process. No, everything seemed to be okay. You found a note regarding stuff on floor 3. Made your way through various simplistic arrow traps. And have finally encountered two highly skilled goblin archers who decided to try and plink flicks out of the sky. Thankfully, you dispatched them in their incredible rolls last session.
I want to point out that those guys were dicks. And I don't regret murdering them.
50-50 chance to hit. Hits every shot at max damage. Hopefully we won't have those shenanigans tonight.
Sure as hell felt that way.
But as the goblins were busy lockpicking at one of these swinging doors, you interrupted their procurement of this crystal and struck them down and out of the hunt. In this chamber, you saw a spike wall against the wall and a small golden dragon statue with this crystal perched on top of it. And using your mage hand, you managed to get the crystal without triggering the trap. Now, you all are, deciding what to do next. You may begin.
So you wanted to look at this crystal. Was that right, Rain?
Maybe it's more than just a trophy?
I mean...
Maybe it has some other use that we can get out of it while we hold it?
Oh, that's actually good thinking. Here.
Oh, I do want to point out, if all crystals are same in each level, this may be something I can help with. I have knack for locating certain things after seeing them.
Oh, that's a good question. Is it similar things or that object?
As I imagine there's some degree of flexibility. Have used spell before in time to find pine cone and slightly different shade pine cone.
Rain, you cast Identify on the crystal?
Yep, takes 10 minutes, but sits down and starts casting.
Kashaba, locate object. Describe or name an object that is familiar to you. Sense the direction to the object's location, as long as that object is within 1,000 feet of you. If the object is in motion, you know the direction of its movement. Oh. You can locate a specific object known to you as long as you've seen it up close within 30 feet at least once. Okay.
Not super sure I want to use like a second level spell slot on that, but like if we just decide like we really have no idea where the crystal is on a floor, like, you know, it's a thing we have.
So this will actually work for your purpose.
Sweet. It also might help us find crystals in other competitors' possessions.
So, you know, now that I've seen it, I have a pretty good idea of what it looks like. I could probably help find it, and if we were somewhat close, probably just be able to point it directly out.
That's incredibly useful.
Yeah, I have some spells you all may not have seen because most of the time I just feel like I'm throwing fire despite, before joining you all, my desire to not harm living things, but, you know, as
I'd like to think I'm a good influence.
No, Flix, I have really fallen a little bit in my pacifist approach since joining this group.
Rain, you finish your identify
there are more
spell.
effective approaches.
Rain, you finish your identify spell casting on the crystal, and you notice it has a faint ice resonance to it. However, its purpose is to unlock a door at the very end of the dungeon, and thus has no other magical properties aside from fulfilling that purpose.
Okay. It's just a magical key to a magical lock. To a magical door.
You spoof that so we can just skip all these gems altogether.
I don't know. Maybe with a lot of time.
Okay, never mind. We'll play by the rules then.
I mean, I'm sure they thought of that.
Or did they?
It is. Good question. I found, like, you know, remember when we were in geothermic whatever, there felt like a lot of things people had not considered.
Well, I mean, there's that, I suppose. That's not like a spell that I just have, though, so...
Okay, well, we can keep going for now, try fairway, and try to not get shot at by traps anymore, and if we need it, it's good to know that might be an option.
Here you go, Flix, if you want to hang on to it.
I'd be delighted.
As you all are...
Yeah, I tuck the gem away in the satchel of holding everything.
As you are putting the crystal back into your backpack, you notice here, just south of you, near the wall, you notice a faint runic marking kind of scribble its way into the sand by an invisible hand. I'm gonna bust out my magic circle.
Crossbow at the ready.
Oh, this is gonna be abnormally large.
Ah!
Don't worry, I'm gonna make it slightly smaller. And the magic circle begins to glow faintly with a faint blue light.
What is it, Rain?
Rain takes a step back. And
take a step forward and look at it curiously. Or float forward looking at it curiously.
Rain is actually going to spend an action to look through Hiko's eyes and look around for anybody invisible or hiding out that she might not ordinarily be able to see.
Okay.
The light guide my connection to the arcane.
The light forsakes you this time, Flix.
Well, the light does its job. I don't do much.
Rain, through Hiko's eyes, you don't sense anything with his blind sight. In fact, the rune seems to be inscribing itself on its own. And after a brief moment and a flash of light, the runic circle becomes a small treasure chest. Poof.
Oh, remember they said there would be items that we could use while we were here.
Oh, maybe trap though. Flix, this is specific trap almost perfect for you. Maybe
light guide my investigation into this trap.
I'm trying to find a significantly adorable treasure chest, and I'm
15.
Well, apparently, hold on. Okay, it's just gonna be a large backpack. Boop. Because that's what I can find right now. Beep.
It's an extremely large backpack.
Yeah, it's a little too large. There we go.
Yeah, that's an extremely small backpack now.
Flix, you investigate the chest. What are you looking for? Traps?
Traps. Tricks.
It is unlocked and not trapped. There's a little note attached to the front with a small pin.
I read the note.
A boon has been gifted to your party through the Watchers of the Borealis Tavern. Hugs and kisses, Paprika.
We love you, Paprika, and the rest of our glorious fans in the Borealis Tavern. Without you, we would be nothing. Like, Flix goes off on like a little diatribe of appreciation. Really? Really? Really?
Nice three.
And waves like a giant paw. He's like, Kelga, if you want to watching, hello.
All right, what's in the thing?
Inside the pack, you find 2 healing potions, just regular healing potions. And you also find 3 tightly bundled rations.
Oh, Paprika.
Easy.
How much you want to bet Paprika was responsible for their preparation?
The odor of the food coming out makes your stomach growl. With Paprika's amazing seasonings, you have a feeling that if you consume this food, it will give you some sort of buff.
Yeah, I'm gonna eat that snack immediately.
Paprika's snacks currently include some sort of large, crunchy water chestnut, very quenching, very cooling. Some interesting bitter fruit, and a nice water skin of crystal clear white wine. Altogether, it is a nice, crunchy, delightful, and rather cooling meal. For the next, let's say, we'll not make this time-based. You gain 10 temporary hit points.
Oh, it's not quite how you say steak and eggs, but it's quite good.
And the next source of cold damage dealt to you, you will have resistance against it. I'm sorry, fire damage. Fire damage. Sorry, it's cooling.
That's ominous.
So I'm going to put a little buff on everybody here.
This will be useful.
I think I fucked it up. I think I gave myself normal hit points instead of 10 hit points.
Yeah, you should have been full. We had a short rest.
I was pretty beat up.
He was pretty beat up. He was actually not full after his short rest. Because I think he also used all of his,
Even with
I'm scrolling. Akashaba rolled a 4, a 3, a 4. Yeah, he rolled really badly. A 10, a 10. So yeah, if you, don't have enough hit points to go over your max, you just heal 10 hit points.
Okay. Great.
Alright, I'm gonna buff you all with the fire.
Was, Christine, I don't know if you can conveniently check this, but I think it was at 45 HP. And then I have 52, so I think I'd have 3 temp hit points.
3 temp hit points? Let's see.
I want to make sure I'm not cheating.
Let's see, looks like you had 42 at the start of the session. So you should have 52 now.
Perfect. Great. That's my max. Okay. Cool.
All right.
So just a real quick potion check. Flix, I think you should have 2 greater healing potions, correct? One from that I gave you from the rift, and then the one I gave you earlier. And Akashaba, I think you have 1 greater healing and 1 superior healing.
Yep.
And I have 1 superior. And I gave you my only regular healing potion. Just want to double check that that's all correct for you guys, unless you used any of those.
Let me see. I think I used maybe. No, I have 1. No, okay, I have no regular healing potions. So.
Right, because you
Well,
used that
I used one of my
curse.
greater healing potions previously.
Yeah, I have 1 healing or 1 greater, 1 superior. Yeah.
Since Grisha, because I gave it to you at the end of the rift, and then I gave you another one when we started.
Because I'm pretty sure he slammed one earlier. Hold on, I can scroll up here. I'm looking. Probably was... Let's see, Rain, Akashabo, Scorching Ray. Double check. Yeah, make sure you keep track of your potions, because if they're not on your sheet, they don't exist. Ray of Frost. I'm still scrolling. There was some bite. Oh, there was some poison damage happening. Oh, you know what? You chugged a potion to counteract some of the poison from the,
Alright.
Because your next source of healing.
Regular potion that I gave.
Hey, while we're discussing this, I'll be right back.
Alright, you two need to figure out your potions.
Yeah, I'm fine. I have a greater and a superior, and if I mess something up, then I mess something up. I don't mind.
Okay. That is currently all you have.
Great.
Flix!
Said he'll be right back.
Alright, so after Paprika's delicious meal, you have a bit of fire resistance going on. Hopefully you won't encounter something that's going to throw a giant fireball at you. Well, who would do that?
Frowns and bugbear.
Frowning intensifies. And whenever Flix gets back, we will continue. And already 10 minutes into the game, this man's gotta poop. Oh yes, but now with Crystal in hand, you both can descend to the next floor.
I mean, should we head back? We know where the next stairs down are.
Yes, I would think next step is to, descend into whatever terrible thing will be down there and undoubtedly try to murder me and probably be successful.
I've returned.
Alright. You may continue. The
Right,
treasure chest disapparates as you remove the items from it.
So the way I see it is we have two different ways of going back. We can go back through that probably trapped hallway, or we
It's
can just go
certainly trapped
the way
hallway.
we already went, which is this direction. Flex points.
Which direction? No, that's back up to floor 1.
Right. And then there's a stairwell directly across it, back down to where we already went. You know, the path where we already triggered all the traps?
Oh, I mean, sure. That we could also just literally walk up this hallway and then over to the right to where that room is.
There
with
may
the
still
next
be
stairs
traps in
down.
that hallway.
There aren't, because we came through that hallway.
This one? No, we can't go through the top one because it's one-way door. Or did you
you're
forget?
right. You're right. It is one way, so we would have to go through this door that has the trap. You're right. Yep. Nope. I forgot about that.
Excellent.
So we can just go up here.
Yeah, can we just go this way?
You sure can. The stairs go back up to floor 1. And then I'm going to yeet you back down here. Yep.
Literally just watching people get yeeted.
All right, I will go ahead. I'm going to make sure that this trap is still triggered.
Right. So before we get too much further, point of me doing the potion check was to figure out like where we need to assign those potions before we just forget about potions again and lose potions.
Oh, okay.
Flix, as I saw you skirt across that bridge, the arrow trap seems to still be not active.
Perfect.
However,
we got
Flix
regular
actually,
healing potions, right? I'll just add one to my bag.
Flix, make me a perception check for me, please. Please.
Sure. Be delighted to. And I will not add guidance because it doesn't make sense to guide perception unless. Oh, 22.
Flix, you notice there are actually more discarded darts on the bridge and under the bridge. So even though you walking across the bridge didn't trigger the trap again, somebody crossing the bridge did trigger the trap.
Oh, interesting.
And judging by the amount of darts, there was a few people.
So, we may encounter another group of adventurers here, so we should be cautious immediately for that. And also, if we trigger a trap, then it will remain disarmed for us, but it will rearm for other participants. So just because others have gone ahead of us doesn't mean that those traps won't be active for us.
Or it just resets after a period of time.
I don't think that's the case. I think that the designers of the hunt are cleverer than that.
And maybe we just prepare for both possibilities, yes?
I suppose.
I mean, if you just want to blitz ahead, that's totally fine.
No, we should be careful.
Can I have one of those healing potions to replace the one I gave to Akshaba? All I have is this big one. Feels like a bit of a waste in some cases.
Oh, I mean, I didn't take all of them.
Alright, I'm just saying that I'm taking one of them.
Yeah, sure. Alright, I'm gonna ascend a bit higher and be sneakier. I'm gonna try to scout ahead a little bit to make sure that there's nobody waiting for us.
Sure. Oh, one thing I did want to... I'm just going to pause it real quick just to explain. When I do scout checks, what happens is I have a macro. Like when I click Flicks, it rolls his stealth versus everything that could potentially see him versus their passive perception. And if something... if Flicks is not dexterous enough and is potentially noticed, then it becomes a contested stealth or a stealth versus perception roll. So that is how we do the...
Okay, so you'll ask for a stealth roll if it's needed, and we presume that I'm being sneaky unless I'm being obviously loud and boisterous.
Well, it also matters that who else is being loud and boisterous in proximity to you, because when I see their passive perception, and like Akashaba and Rain may be bumbling along but you're being quiet, things may be a little different, or they just may be prepared,
Sure.
because they hear
I mean, if they're
Akashaba coming
prepared-
but not you.
Right, if they're prepared for them, as long as they don't notice me, I'm happy.
And that, it would allow you to get things like advantage on your first attack because you're attacking from hidden.
Right.
So yeah, so it becomes passive and then active, or passive roll, active roll. We may continue.
Perfect. All right. Do you want me to... Light, guide my sneakiness. Do you want me to roll?
I'll do it for you.
Okay. Don't forget to add a d4.
Oh yeah, I will actually...
Here, I'll roll the d4 for you.
Okay.
Oh, that sucked.
Well, that's what I would call El Terrible, but...
Yeah, I mean, a +1's better than nothing, though.
It's true. Light, guide my ass. Alright, Flix, you are floating quietly through the hall.
Right, and...
Now I'm just imagining Flix being like, the light, please make me not so dummy thick that I bumble into things.
Please control my tail, the light. Because my tail is always knocking shit over. Alright, that seems reasonable, right? Why can I not move my avocado? Yeah, I'm gonna pop in here. Nothing? Nothing? Nobody sitting in ambush?
That you see.
You look around and the room appears to be empty. Nary a few stray spiders crawling on the ground.
Alright. For expedience's sake, can we assume that I zip back and let people know that things seem to be safe before resuming my position here?
You may zip.
Seems clear.
Okay. Crash was going to try to
I'll zip
stealth.
back and I put myself in the topmost corner of the room and use my silent image to thicken the shadows.
Nice roll, Akashaba. 19. Those boots of Elvenkind coming in handy.
Oh, I kind of like all this sneaking around, Flukes. It seems like you are learning to use the light, and I am learning to use the shadow.
Rain, I see you have summoned your bat.
Yeah, how do I get rid of him once I summon him? I was just testing out because
You can click him and then delete. You can delete him from existence.
That doesn't work.
It's your delete key.
No, I get that. Oh, there it goes. I just had to press it like repeatedly.
I'll delete.
Oh, you deleted it. Okay. Sorry, I was just testing that out while Flix was stealthing or scouting.
The group quietly makes their way back to the chamber where the stairs are, where you initially fought the Lamaya. Wait, nope. Yes?
Yep.
Yes.
Yep.
Maybe?
The GM had to think. What did you fight here? There are two stairways leading down. One to the left, the other to the right.
So this begs the question, which way do we go this time? Left would have been the correct answer previously.
Well, this just means law of averages. The right has to be correct answer this time.
I don't think that's how it works, but I'm willing to go right.
Technically, law of averages. I'm very smart.
You are very smart. I guess I just have to take your word for it.
Finally.
To the right, then.
I mean, I already told you how good light is, and you listened to me there, right? Kashima says it's like about his body.
All right, one moment.
Well, if right isn't right this time, then we know to always pick left in the future, because now we know that it's always the correct answer. That's how it works.
I don't think that's how it works either, and I thought you were supposed to be smart.
If left is correct twice in a row, then surely right is correct third time.
Maybe that's just what they want you to think.
Big right.
All right, as you descend the stairs, they are covered in dust, and a large oaken door remains at the bottom. And with a cursory glance and seeing that the door is the same as the other door, it opens as you approach, and the stairs continue leading down into the pit. And when the stairs begin to open up, you find yourself in another smaller room. But now, instead of the burbling fountain that Rain saw before to the north, there's a thick, viscous ooze coming from this fountain, swirling with green.
Oh, not this again.
So there's
That
definitely
seems like
slime in there, right?
Well, I mean, if I were a devious designer of challenges, I would certainly plant another potential slime thing that actually wasn't.
Okay, well, this time I will not be getting close to it, so I will stay back.
I could
But what if there are
investigate.
more things worth, looting from there?
Well, last time we got things that you then had to use immediately in order to heal up from having found them in the first.
What if?
No, we didn't.
We totally did. We found healing potions that you both had to use because you got wrecked by slimes.
We absolutely did not. We still have those healing potions. You took one of them.
We got temp HP is what we did.
Yeah, we got temp HP.
Oh, right, you healed with the temp HP.
Yeah, you and Extra both got a greater healing potion out of that.
Akashima puts his hands out in front of him. He's like, okay, what if we try, dismembering this trap and see if we dismembering trap and go again, but this time we do better because we are smarter, because we have done this before, yes?
That seems unlikely. I drift a little closer. Light, guide my investigations.
All right. You flit and fly a little bit closer to the burbling slime coming out of this fountain.
That's super great.
And again, with the snake-like fountainhead expelling the ooze, you see, right here, from your vantage point, a glint of gold and gems.
Alright, there's definitely something in the fountain. I can try to tease it out with Mage Hand like I did the gem.
Hey, is it worth trouble, you think? What do you
It's
think?
unclear.
Oh, okay, well, maybe we could make a judgment call if it is worth trouble, but you seem to have plan.
Flix, with your investigation roll with the guidance, you identified the glint of gold and gems. Forgive me, I thought you only rolled a 12, it was a 14. You identify it as a amulet.
Well, it's not potions this time, it's some sort of amulet.
Doesn't your crossbow let you know if there's something lurking near you? That means you will ill will.
That's not the same thing. I think that the slimes previously were effectively the product of a mystical trap. The magic is fairly limited, honestly. Useful, of course, but limited.
Wait, what if we try to... Okay, idea. I make a voice over there that sounds like Exhiba voice. And then we see if anything rises up, and then we just attack them from here. Yes? Good?
Oh, that's an option, but I might be able to get it out without triggering any trap.
Okay, we can try your way.
Alright, wish me luck. I'm gonna drift over here. I'm gonna see. Is there anything resembling a trap mechanism? Like, was there a pressure plate underneath the previous one, or a rune, or anything like that?
Just to recall, Rain literally used Mage Hand from like 30 feet away the last
but you
time,
didn't use Sleight of Hand.
Sure, that's okay.
I mean, it makes a difference, right? If it was a pressure plate or a trap or something like that.
Sure, maybe.
I look back at the others, shrug,
Akash
nod my head, shake my head, big question mark.
Akash
like a literal question mark appears above my head because of sign language.
Akash will put the thumbs up and takes a step backwards.
Rain will prepare a ray of frost if something aggressive comes out of the slime to eat Flix.
Light guide my putty paws.
All right, are you mage
I got a
handing?
22 on my mage hand sleight of hand to lift the amulet without disturbing the water.
All right.
Slime or whatever it is.
Your mage hand dives into the slime in order to retrieve the amulet sunk at the bottom of it. And your hand crossbow immediately warns you of danger.
Oh,
you will not be surprised.
All right.
However,
coming.
This will put you all in glorious combat. As rising from the ooze, another ooze. Oozing.
Oh, it's a rather large ooze. I got the amulet though, right?
One moment. No, right. Your mage hand quickly snaps the amulet into your hand. Huzzah. Akashaba, Rain, roll initiative for me.
Sorry, I keep accidentally clicking the wrong thing. I'm just reading word for word.
That's totally fine.
You roll so well on initiative rolls, Akasha. That's incredible.
Yeah, it's absurd.
Yeah, like half the time. And then
Meanwhile,
I roll like 1.
With advantage, I roll like garbage.
From the slime rises a little bit more of a bigger slime. Hard to see, amorphous. It ascends from the ooze, much larger than some previous slimes you've seen down in the geothermic rift. This cube floating inside it has a bevy of arrows and bones. Top of the round, the cube.
Do I not get to use my held action?
Rain held an action to cast Ray of Frost if a slime appears. Or if an enemy appeared, I think was the language.
I will allow it. Normally, I don't like holding actions at the beginning of the round because nobody is surprised. So you did not surprise the slime, and it did not surprise you. So there are no held actions here.
Okay, that's fine.
Also, why is my combat music really boring? Hang on.
I can't bang to this.
I can't. Like, it's just like, please, God, give me something a little bit better. One moment.
Just put on Shakarot. Don't
Yep,
worry
there we go. The traditional.
The Bob Seger music.
Alright. The cube begins to schlorp out of its cube home. God, I cannot describe anything today. Flix, how high up are you? 10 feet?
Correct.
Alright. And it slowly expands over the edge of the fountain.
Did I lose initiative?
You did.
A fucking slime.
You did. Apparently the slime is faster than you, but did not surprise you thanks to your hand crossbow, but...
I'm so mad at my initiative rolls right now.
And keep in mind, everybody, whenever the cube, even if the cube is in plain sight, You need to make a successful perception check to spot it if it has neither moved nor attacked. Now it has moved, so you will not need to do this, but if it does not move, it doesn't do anything, you'll have to roll a wisdom check to spot it.
All right,
Flix, you're up.
Yes. Alright, move 5 feet to here. And I will Booming Blade.
Alright, let's see it. 23 hits.
Alright, so we do...
For 15 damage?
Actually for 23 damage.
Okay.
And then because I attacked it, no attack of opportunity.
23.
Actually I'll go here. Go back up 10 feet, and then I will shoot it. Oh, I can't. I lied. Just kidding.
But I'm deleting
Ignore that altogether. Yep. Too many bonus actions to use.
Does that end your round, Flix?
No, actually, because I have a bonus action to use, I will attempt to hide.
Let's see it. Ah, 21. Excellent. All right. Flix, do you kind of hide behind the steps?
Yeah, I'm figuring that, like, there's a nook or a cranny or something, or shadows in the top corner of the room away from the torches. Like I could be here if I wanted to.
That's probably a better spot because at least you would be behind rain. But yeah, keep in mind if you do make hide checks, you do need to have a feasible place to hide. And the roof is not always a feasible place to hide.
Yeah, like normally I try to make shadows for myself or something like that. Or find shadowy corners to hide in. If it's not reasonable for me to hide, I accept that I can't.
Alright, Flix, does that end your round?
It does.
Alright, Akashaba, you're up.
Okay. That's the slime. The slime moves so I can see it. Is kind of what I understand.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay. There's 1, 2, 3. Okay, so this guy's well in range. Yeah, I'm going to. I'll just shoot it. I'm actually going to just move here instead. Okay.
It's bow time. No! A 4 misses.
Okay. That is the end of actually before the turn ends, he looks over. See, another situation. I feel like we did not do better this time. Slime still comes. I'm doing better because I am not there. But we need to really like post-mortem how we do these things in the future. And that's the end of my turn.
God, the post-mortem triggered. Rain, you're up.
Rain size. And goes up to 5, 10, 15 right here.
Mm-hmm.
And will attack.
A 27 hits. For 8 piercing damage.
Plus 2 fire.
Plus 2 fire. Okay.
Yep, you can't forget the fact that it always rolls low on that first die. That's important.
As the green flame licks the cube, it smells like burning plastic.
All right, good. I'm glad we're on brand tonight. Does a 14 hit with a
14
attack.
14 hits.
Takes another 6 piercing damage.
Okay. Pieces of cube begin to slough off.
And then she goes back to where she was, so it gets an attack of opportunity.
All right.
Disadvantage.
The cube lashes out with a pseudopod with a 9.
That's not it.
Don't forget that it is boomed, if you want to mark it with being boomed.
All right. Boomed. There we go. Rain, does that end your round?
I mean, I will insight check it since nobody else did.
Yeah, let's find out how many hit points the stupid thing has.
I mean,
Nope. Sorry.
relying on Rain to remember to do insight checks is not a winning strategy for anybody, guys. I'm sorry.
Yes, here's some insight about the cube. The bigger the cube, the larger the cube.
I don't know why I found that as funny as I did.
Because we're idiots.
Yeah.
A large gelatinous cube, the size of a small gelatinous cube, in this fountain. Rain, does that end your round?
That's it.
All right, top of the round, the cube
Gets boomed.
gets boomed as it slithers forward.
Take 15 damage, cube.
Wow, all right.
That was almost max damage. That was great.
A large splat of cube explodes from the top of it. It lands back in the fountain with a very satisfying splash. All right, let's see. Hold on, I'm looking. Rain. It attacks with the pseudopod with a disadvantage. 11.
Yes.
Licks, you're up.
Well, maybe we can keep the same trick going. The cube fills the space all the way up to 10 feet, correct?
It does. Is a very large boy.
All right. In that case, I will fly over here. Not through the cube, around the cube.
Yeah, if you fly through him, you will be immediately engulfed.
Yes, I anticipated that. And I'm going to Booming Blade it again, actually. That was a good...
That was a good-ass roll.
Yeah, it was. That was 23 damage.
Okay.
And then I will use my bonus action to fly over here. And it just boomed again.
All right. The cube is boomed. Flix, does that end your round?
Perhaps we can keep it chasing us, Flick says as he booms it and flies away. And I will insight check the cube, because I want to know how many hit points it has left.
Ooh,
I don't think that's enough.
That's not enough. And Flix, does that end your round?
Yes.
Akashaba, you're up.
Okay. Kashba walks 5 feet forward, reaches out with the mace, goes for the dome.
Good dome, 20 hits.
Okay.
For
12.
Akashaba, this hit will kill the gelatinous cube. What would you like to do?
Akasha's going to slam it down so hard just in the center of it that like all the ooze just like splorts outwards. And Akasha's going to almost look like surprised by this. Like,
You're gonna Gallagher the
yeah, I'm gonna Gallagher.
Oh my god.
My assumption
Why
is
do they
that
call it a building if it's already built?
Yeah, and so my assumption is that this explosive splort is someone's gonna get on Rain.
Yep, sure.
There we go. There's a nice here's a nice crunchy sound for you.
You got prestidigitation, it'll buff.
I mean, sure. You guys really like getting like gross shit all over Rain. I'm starting to be concerned that there might be some kind of fetish developing here.
Oh my god. The gelatinous
this
cube.
This is all just leading up to Akashba asking Rain on a date, but we'll get to that later.
Oh god. Alright. And with that, the cube is vanquished.
Akashba looks up,
the
the
banger
surprise
ends.
wearing off his face. No, we did that went better, right? We all agree that went better.
Yes, that was much more intelligently handled than our usual cluster.
Fuck, I believe is the word you're looking for, as Rain like wipes sludge off of her face again.
Don't you you could just, never mind. Look what I found. He holds up the amulet. What do you think it does? Rain, what does it do?
I can't just tell you these things. It takes a minute.
I examine it.
Cast, she's furiously
he closes his little cat eyes and holds the amulet and trusts to his natural magic to tell him what it is. Light. Guide my analysis of this mystical artifact.
Kasha kind of holds up a finger, you are using light in very strange ways lately.
Shh. I'm concentrating.
It's more like a prayer.
21.
21. All right. You handle the amulet in your hands and look at it. You notice that it is actually very easy to identify it. In fact, thanks to the mystical powers of the hunt itself, any special magical items that you do pick up here will be automatically identified for you as the knowledge is pressed into your brain.
Oh.
That being said,
you just know. This is fantastic.
So it would only take
instructions on the back.
Yeah, the instructions are basically make an Arcana check to identify anything within the hunt.
Which I totally did.
All right.
Oh. What is it then, Flix?
All right, this amulet. This amulet is called a clockwork amulet and will allow you to forego rolling a d20 on the die and just take a 10.
Oh. All right. So, it's called a clockwork amulet. Look at the neat gears. But what it does is it takes elements of chance out of using your skills. So if you're particularly skilled at something, you're far more likely to succeed than you would otherwise.
Oh, it seems like maybe something you could use.
Honestly, I'm inclined to agree.
You are a little bit boom or bust.
Boom or bust.
So it seems.
Although the last day, been pretty boom.
Indeed, I've certainly had my moments. Does it, Christina, does it always work? Like, do you have to take the 10, or is it activatable, or limited
it's
uses?
Limited use. You can't use it. It's one use till next dawn.
Oh, all right. Yes, I suppose I should use it, but it's only usable once until the following dawn, so we'll have to choose our moment.
1 second, guys. I need to take a quick bio break. I'll be right back.
Yeah, I'm gonna go do so as well. Right back.
Oh, well. All right. I guess it's just you and me.
Rain's blow drying out her hair at this point with prestidigitation.
I mean, I think you can just make the filth evaporate.
Yeah,
Although,
that's
that. It is hilarious that she's using prestidigitation to blow dry her hair.
Like, it's not just prestidigitation; everything's just clean. Like it's like a tiny cube. You gotta do it a few times. So there's some flavor there.
5 foot cube. It's like your entire body.
Rain is taller than a 5 foot cube. Not that much, but a little bit. Shut up and let me cast my spells how I want to cast them. You cast your spells how you want to cast them.
If you want to cast them inefficiently, that's no business of mine.
Okay, I'm back. Sorry. Too much Monster Energy drink.
Wait, why are you choosing hate? Why are you choosing violence?
Hate? Violence? Did I choose hate? So yes, you find a... Oh wait, is everybody back?
Yep.
Alright, so you find a clockwork amulet, allowing you to guide fate a little bit more in your favor. Occasionally. Make things, a bit more predictable.
Is the fountain like flowing clear water now again this time? Like the one above?
It is. With the cube dispatched, the fountain is purified. And clear, running water comes out of it.
Maybe we should take some of this water this time.
Yes. Yes, we should.
Since we confirmed the other one, it's a one-time use.
Yeah, so
Rain will
I'll
pour out her
empty-
water skin and fill it up.
Exactly the same. Do the water seem to have any special properties?
The water will give you 5 temporary hit points when drink.
Sweet. All right.
And mind you, if you lose your 10 temporary hit points, it does not stack.
Right.
So you would have to lose the 10 and then gain the 5. You may drink in combat as a bonus action.
Oh, so much good water. We should find a way to bring this with us after a hunt.
Well, it works one time. Remember, we tested that upstairs.
Oh, but still, good to have, like, I don't know, maybe like for later, maybe after a certain time it work. We don't know.
Sure. Yeah. So...
Gosh, we know science.
All right. So, shall we proceed? That was deftly handled, though, friends. I'm proud of us.
Yeah, good jobs all around.
Rain is searching this like hallway and an entryway for traps.
Alright, Rain. An 18. You are looking around, and you do not immediately see any traps.
Okay.
All right. Light guide my pretty paws.
Did you even see if it was locked?
Oh, I always assume it's locked.
Oh,
Is
fair,
it locked?
fair enough.
Christina,
I'm sorry.
is it locked or is it one of those dark doors?
It appears to be unlocked.
Ready?
So remember, I just want to remind everybody, the humming, beware the humming. So keep an eye out for humming on the 3rd floor. That was the note we found.
Right.
Akasha
Thank you.
kind of takes like another 5-foot step back. Oh yes, I'm ready.
The door opens
yes.
to a hallway beyond.
This is definitely strewn with traps. You know, if both of these stairwells lead to the same place, why don't we just go back upstairs and go down the other one?
What makes you think the other one would be any different?
Well, it might offer a path that isn't filled with filthy traps. Look, there's a spike wall on one side, and more of those dart holes leading further west.
I
And
mean, we
it's all
can.
an illusion, which I doubt. Is an illusion?
That's an excellent question, posed to no one.
No, it's fine. You two are very good at this and being sneaky and seeing things, so I am sure we can handle these traps.
Light, tell me if this is an illusion.
You are 17?
Yeah.
You are not sure.
Well, Flix, maybe we can try to disarm some of these traps from afar. I can assist you. I can also cast Mage Hand, and you tell me what to do.
You know, I wonder how alert these traps are to begin with. I'm going to use Silent Image and walk my Silent Image between these two darts. And it will look exactly like Rain.
Okay. Sorry.
Ah!
Nope, sorry. God damn it, Rain token. Nothing happens with your silent image.
It couldn't be that easy.
Is there any like rocks or anything on the floor? Or loose stone?
No, the ground seems to be a compressed sandstone.
Flix, do you have any of those ball bearings you had on you back in the rift?
Oh, definitely.
Can I borrow one?
One of my precious ball bearings? How dare... Yeah, of course, here.
Yeah, thank you. Rain will like toss it down the hall in this direction, just like let it bounce and roll down the hallway.
Okay. The ball bearing goes blink, blink. And an arrow shoots out from the wall. Blink, blink, blink. And another shoots out from the wall. Blink, blink, blink. And it rolls to a stop.
Do it again with another barbarian.
The same thing occurs.
So it shoots every time.
Yes.
All right. So.
However, nothing seems to be happening with this giant thing on this side.
Yeah, I hate that. How much do you want to bet the moment we step into the hall, that thing starts chasing us down the hall, therefore not offering us an opportunity to disarm those traps? That's what I would do.
So maybe we should disarm this trap. Rain is going to investigate for a mechanism of some kind that might shut this off.
All right. Rain, do you have anything like guidance active?
Light guide Rain's investigations.
Oh.
Unless Akashima wants to do it, because.
No, Akashima was going to, but honestly, I just enjoy listening to your dumb version of guidance. So.
I mean, Flix doesn't know what he's doing. He just knows that it works.
With a 12, Rain, you don't seem to find anything that would possibly be connected to that massive spiked trap along the wall. Silence falls over the party.
Oh, I'm sure I could go in there and activate all the traps at once if it would be helpful, and just get them firing off all their things, and then, after 3 to 5 minutes of excruciating pain, hallway would be safe.
I just don't understand why we're messing with all of this when we can just go back the other way.
We could try. I'm not opposed. Just, hear Rain's opinion.
I don't feel strongly.
Well, it seems like Flix is the only one who feels strongly, and, as we say among bugbears, if you are strong and no bugbear contests you, you win.
Perfect. Well, at the very least, we can see what's on the other side, shall we?
Okay.
As you all go back to the stairs and ascend. Oh, sorry. GM had a complete and total fucking brain fart. As you ascend the stairs, they stop suddenly into the sandstone brick. There was a door here. Where did it go?
Oh, it's the Matrix.
Yep, well, that answers that question. One way.
It is very suspicious. But I guess our path is decided, so get disarming, you two.
Alright, I'll see what I can do. Alright, wish me luck.
Good luck.
You know how to...
He zips over there, and I'm going to try to use, pythons from my adventurer's pack to pin this thing into place.
Okay, you can make me a sleight of hand check to attempt to disable the trap.
Light, jam these pythons firmly in place. You do that, don't you? I'm reasonably sure that you do. Yes, I'm quite sure that you do. 20.
A 20 successfully both identifies the trap and disables it. This spike wall would immediately jut out about this far at anybody coming in contact with the floor here. And the subsequent force of the spikes would not only penetrate the person, but launch them forward through at least 2 arrow traps at the same time.
Yeah, it seems as though Akashiba's anticipated moments of excruciating pain, 100% on target.
It's like some Orcs Must Die shit right here.
You jam your pythons in the sandstone and the just wedging it in there so it can't move. And now it seems to be disabled.
Alright, I hope this works. Just know that if you come into contact with the floor anywhere before that first arrow trap, it could still try to trigger.
Oh,
food for thought.
Are you going to disarm the arrow traps next?
No, he's just gonna stare at it.
Light. Fuck this arrow trap up.
With a... Oh, wait, hold on 1 moment, sorry. You need to find the trap first, so make me an investigation check.
We already know it's there. We triggered the traps with the barbarians.
Oh shit, my bad, you did. Alright. A 19, with your sleight of hand, is sufficient enough to disable this trap. And not only you discover that these arrows are poisoned, but they're not the tiny darts that you saw on the previous floor. These are significantly more dangerous and would do a lot of damage.
Ooh, can I scrape the poison off onto my crossbow bolts?
No, you cannot.
I like the hustle.
Flix is mad at the DM. All right, this first one should be done. Do.
Again.
Yes. Light. Fuck this trap up also. Perhaps not.
Flix, you're having trouble with this trap.
This one's mechanisms are sticky. Perhaps if I lean directly into the path of the arrow... Do I not trigger the trap?
Flix, make me a dexterity saving throw. Alright, you succeed. And the arrow whizzes by your nose. Wait, I have... There.
I like your sound effect better.
Thank you.
We paid for the sound effect. We're going to use the sound effect.
We're gonna use the sound effect.
All right, but the trap is still active, right?
It is.
Can I even attempt to disarm it again?
You may need a moment to recuperate. Perhaps Rain or Akashaba could try.
Well,
what's he gonna shout back? My hands are tired.
It's
He
like when you're
can't
giving somebody
figure
a
it out.
massage, you're like, he's like massaging the ball of his thumb. He's like, my hand's a little tired. I need a break.
It's more like doing a Rubik's Cube when you don't know how to do it, and like sometimes you're like, oh yeah, I get it, and this one's like, I don't know how to do this one.
Where's my soundbite for John Cena going, millennials?
What?
I don't know how that applies, but I like it.
I don't either.
Just that Flix was trying to do a trap. He's like, oh, my hands hurt. I can't do it.
Oh.
Oh. Rain, Akashaba, would you like to attempt your hand at this trap?
Looks at Ray. Ladies first is how you say.
Rain will use Mage Hand. She's got something in sleight of hand. She's not gonna get close to it though.
You should bless her efforts, Akashaba.
Nope. Mm-mm.
Another arrow goes off.
Flix.
Flix makes me a dexterity saving throw.
At least let me get out of the way first, Rain. By all the light.
Rain shrugs.
Rain and Flix, you both cannot reattempt this for 5 minutes, Akashaba.
You know what? I'm gonna put myself on the other side of the trap when I make that dodge.
That's fair.
Yeah, I guess I will try, because this seems like a good idea. Akashaba, like...
You've got long arms.
Almost like Looney Tunes-ish. Like,
Remember, Akashaba, the light is on your side.
Puts 1 foot in the hallway and touches the ground, like, closing his eyes.
But you hear a...
immediately goes off, hurling you 30 feet down the hallway.
you hear a click. And the spike trap shudders. But hold still.
I do good work.
Akashaba just fucking lets out a deep
Sometimes.
sigh.
It might have
Steps
failed,
forward.
so, you know.
Akashaba steps up to before the second trap, so right here. And he's going to roll a -1 sleight of hand check, I guess.
Nice.
Wait. Ask the light for aid.
No, thanks, Flix. I know you've just been doing this for like day. Been doing this for many years, but thank you for your recommendation.
But it's so good.
Yeah,
You taught me that.
Oh my god.
And then Akashaba looks at Flix and he's like, Light, guide my attempt to not get shot by arrow and live so that I may do more charitable deeds for local community. And he stares at Flix the entire time he does it.
Wow, you can roll with advantage.
I'm pretty sure you can just abuse its help.
Advantage! Akashaba, please.
Wait, hold on. Gotta roll the d4. Okay, 20.
Akashaba, in true bugbear fashion, you reach into the mechanisms that Flix has revealed for the trap, and while he's trying to carefully deactivate it just long enough for you all to pass, you just tear it out of the fucking wall. This trap will no longer function for either you or any other adventurer coming through.
Akashaba holds up the remains of his trap. He's like, "Oh, is this like how you do, Flix? Did I do good?"
Oh, that's wonderful. Yes, very well done. Excellent. You should do that for the rest of these.
A little bit of like green ooze or poison kind of begins to drip out of this arrow hole here.
Oh, to hell with that. I can definitely abuse that. I start dipping crossbow bolts into the ooze.
You get 1 bolt's worth of poison.
1? Come on, give me like 5.
You get 0 bolt's worth of poison.
Okay, 1 poisoned crossbow bolt. I'll take it.
Just remember which one that is, so you don't accidentally poison yourself.
What are you talking about? He says, waving it recklessly close to whoever is closest enough to him.
A little bit of
Akashaba,
green
puts
ooze.
his paws up and like flattens himself against the wall. Flix, stop throwing that around. Put it in wherever it goes.
All right. Fine. I mark the fletching, like the spot next to the fletching with like a little skull and crossbones with a thumb claw.
It's worth noting, Christina, if like this is relevant, Akashaba is actually yelling at Flix.
So the last ball bearing that you threw down the hall triggered this last set of traps, but went no further. So you have 2 others and this one. One that has been triggered once, and then this one and this one that have not been triggered at all.
Light, you know the drill.
No, it's not how you use the light.
An aura of grace surrounds Flix, and he expertly disarms the trap. It seems to work just fine for me.
The trap is disarmed.
Akashaba frowns and looks back at Rain, who's not been involved. It's not how you use the light.
Well,
I don't know. Honestly, the light seems a little promiscuous to me.
It likes me.
Damn.
That's all. It just likes me. I'll use Mage Hand to grab my 2 ball bearings, and I will toss a ball bearing down to the end of the hall to see which other traps get activated.
All right.
I do not mind light helping other people. I just wish Flix showed a little more respect to it.
It helps me. It helps us. It's helping. So
that
it
all
goes
seem,
tink, and these
honestly-
arrows do not go off?
They do.
Oh.
Did you not hear my arrow sound?
No, I didn't. You're gonna have to make it manually.
There.
Yeah, that's what I was looking for.
The arrow traps have unfurled, revealing their juicy innards, ready to be sleight of handed.
Wow. Let's make it sexy then, I guess.
Yes, sexily disarm this arrow trap that wishes to penetrate you.
There's way too many things trying to penetrate other things in this goddamn hallway, and it's making me uncomfortable.
Light,
The hallway of penetration.
Delicately unfurl the flower of this trap that I may
Oh my.
lap delicately at its innards.
This stream is rated M for mature.
Rated M for mature. Ah, another trap successfully disarmed. Sexily.
Successfully.
The last one awaits.
All right, Light. Our time together has been amazingly profitable.
Don't talk about the light like that. She's a respectable lady.
She is a respectable woman. Ah, Flix, you're laughing too hard about the light and your finger slips a bit. Not even your bless would save you.
It would not.
Perhaps Akashaba or Rain would like to give it a try.
But the light's looking over me. I end up on the other side.
Okay, you duck and dodge roll is the arrow. Yeah.
Or dodge fly. Like I flit and flutter through the air.
Akashaba
Do a barrel
sighs.
roll! Every time I dodge in the air, I do a barrel roll.
Get these guys off me, Fox.
Get
Akash,
these guys
do
off
a
me,
barrel roll.
Akash!
You're becoming a better trap disarmer.
Press 0 R twice.
God damn it. Akashima frowns at Flix See, this is what happens when you are disrespectful of light. It is not just some thing you say, oh, give me power, light, you just do whatever I want. It is something you must be respectful of.
Is it? I seem to have appropriated the power just fine. It seems to work fine for me, on my terms, the way I want it to work.
Akashima bows his head, he's like, oh, light, beautiful, respectable light. Please give me grace and serenity and allow me to undo this lock, and please show Flix to be slightly more respectful to your power.
This seems unlikely.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Why did I do that?
See the guidance? Alright. You're guided. Now let me see that sleight of hand. Oh, Akashima, make me a dexterity saving throw. Unfortunately. Oh! Unfortunately, your ripping out of the innards of the arrow trap does not work as well this time.
You get shot directly in the face.
Oh!
Akashima, what is your armor class?
14. Nice.
One moment.
Excited for this dart to just hit Akashima in the face and just headshot him.
Akashima, you take 23 poison damage from the arrow as you have a thick shaft now lodged in your shoulder.
A thick shaft, huh?
Wow.
Do you have any resistance against poison?
No.
Alright. Most of that damage is poison damage.
Wouldn't there be like a con save or
Nope.
something? That's,
boy.
This was
does
a
that mean
armor
the
class to
crossbow
hit.
bolt? Does that mean the crossbow bolt that I poisoned is going to do shit tons of extra poison damage? How much extra poison damage is it going to do?
Find out live.
Yeah, but you'll forget. I just want to make
I won't forget.
All right.
Akashima won't forget.
You'll
Akashima,
forget.
Akashima, are you okay?
Well, he currently has an arrow sticking out of him.
Akashima fucking growls and like slams a big meaty paw into the wall. Fucking hate this place. Akashima calmly gets up and walks back over here. Lane, you give it a try.
Oh, okay. Sure. She'll use Mage Hand again.
Okay.
To try and sleight of hand it.
Rain, are you blessed?
No.
No, nobody
Gosh,
fucking
that's-
guidances Rain. Are you kidding me? They're too busy arguing.
Raina,
Akashima's too fucking mad to have remembered to guidance rain.
a 13 is not sufficient enough to disarm this trap, and another arrow shaft looses itself into the wall.
Yeah.
Can I just plug the arrow holes with more pythons?
You can try whatever you like.
Yeah, I'm gonna do that. This is stupid. The light thinks it's stupid too. Tink, tink, tink. I just literally the cartoon equivalent of sticking your finger in the barrel of a gun.
Make me a dexterity saving throw with advantage.
Okay.
The Wile E. Coyote School of Trap Disarming.
With a 26, you slam a python in here. Boom! The arrow trap does go off, because this is a very crude way of doing this. However, just after the arrow releases itself from the trap, you just slam that python in there. Bam! And then you go down here and you slam the other one in there right before it reloads, disarming the trap at great risk to yourself. But you succeeded. Congratulations. You
Humbly
have
and
disarmed
penitently,
the
Flick says,
arrows.
"The light was on my side."
Hey, Flix, maybe you should stop saying that. I don't think it
Akashima
helps
looks
what
up.
matters.
Akashima looks up with like blood literally running down his face and just fucking scowls.
This is one of those moments where maybe we use our internal monologue type voice when we want to
Our
say those
inside
types of things.
voices.
I'm trying not to. I'm trying to speak.
Nope. Oh my god, poor Akashima.
Feels Akashima, man.
It's okay.
The
Akash,
dramatic
but-
irony of that whole scene was just so fucking perfect.
Clearly, the
Correct.
light is a fickle mistress, and, you know, she's really a big fan of Flix right now for some reason.
Akashima walks up and goes to Rain and looks up. He's like, clearly, be quiet. Over here. You, find traps. Flix, traps. Here, you tell me. Like, literally, just blood is just running in rivulets down his face. And he's, like, pointing down the hallway.
Would you like a potion, Akashima?
No!
All right, Flix, you peer to the south into a massive open room with sandstone tile and a large image of a double-headed serpent imprinted in red upon the ground.
Oh no.
Another hallway extends far, far to the south, where just at the edge of your vision, you see a fluffy red dart.
Well, I have good news and I have bad news. The bad news is this enormous chamber in front of us is almost certainly also full of traps.
Okay, what is good news?
The good news is I saw a dart at the end of that other hallway that warned me that this chamber ahead is almost certainly full of traps.
Akashima just, like, growls.
Okay.
All right.
As you step a bit closer and peer into the room, you see a door to the west, a door to the east, another hallway going a little bit further to the southwest, and then the large hallway going directly to the south. A big empty room. Flix, make me a perception check. Rain, make me a perception check.
No, Flix is too busy looking for traps.
Okay. You may continue.
All right, Rain. Rain. He whispers it so Kashima doesn't hear. Light, guide your efforts to find the traps that are waiting to perforate us.
Rain sighs and rolls her eyes.
But you
Starts
do feel the
investigating.
grace of the light. Or at least whatever Fey approximation Flix has invented for himself. works
Whatever
anyway.
he's made up and is co-opted as the light.
Yeah.
Actually, I'm not going to use the guidance there, because I don't have to use it, right? On that roll, it's just up.
It's true.
Yeah, until the spell ends, so yeah.
We're just going
You
to
can
leave
just
it
once.
there. We're just going to leave it at 21.
All
Delete
right.
that.
With the 21, as you peer into the room with the double-headed serpent, you see no arrow traps in the walls, no dangerous spikes embedded in the walls, and nothing on the ceiling. In fact, this room is eerily quiet.
So?
Well, I don't see anything mechanical.
Why
Did we
are
just
there
hear
sword
that?
noises, Christina?
What
Is
was
that a
that?
thing we just heard?
You did.
Well, I don't hear anything mechanical, but I did hear something sharp sounding. And that's somewhat concerning.
I hate this place.
Akashima's going to drink her potion of greater healing while they're hanging out as he wipes his face, wipes his face.
Wipes his
on his
face. Akashima, you regain 16 hit points.
And take an inspiration.
Your faith is wiped!
Actually, Rain's gonna use her action to look through Eco's eyes with blind sight.
All right, bust out Eco.
I mean, he's still just perched on her shoulder,
Oh, okay.
but she'll be like gazing through with the blind sight. So
Perception check, please.
$13 with blind sight.
All right.
You just hear like a little eek, and it kind of like hits you in your chest, and you feel like a little disoriented for a second, like if you've ever been in a close proximity with a bat using their sonar.
As Eco begins to echolocate, the blind sight tells you that this room is empty. as the echolocation reverberates across the walls. One moment. Okay, continue.
Well, time to recklessly dive in. I float over here.
Okay.
Listen at the door.
Perception check.
Light, you know what to do. Actually, I can't. I'm leaving it on rain for the moment. But I rolled a 24 anyway.
All right. You press your ear to the door, and you hear...
Aha. Well, that's a hum. Let's not do that. $19 at this door.
You press your ear to that door. And behind the door you hear breathing.
Okay. Quietly, I'll come back. All right. So that door to the west, a distinct humming. So,
no go.
well, at the very least, we need to be careful of it. And the door to the east, there was what sounded like breathing. Possibly something quite large. Or very close to the door. I couldn't tell. And of course, there's the hallway to the south if we decide to dispense with meddling with doors altogether.
Well, I figure we could go down the hallways. That's certainly an option. However, also it stands to reason that, the crystal's probably behind being guarded by some of the most nefarious and dangerous things in here, right? Like,
I mean, that's how I do it. What do you think, Akashava?
Kashima doesn't say anything.
or we could lie in wait, and we could open those doors on unsuspecting competitors and let them deal with it and see what happens.
There's an awful lot of waiting around. And if that goes wrong, then we have to contend with whatever's behind that door and our competitors. Not
True.
that I dislike the idea. The idea is quite sound. What do you think, Akashima?
Still nothing.
Flix flies over. He puts a hand on Akashima's shoulder.
Kashima's having a case of the Mondays.
I know sometimes you get frustrated, but we would never have gotten as far as we have without you.
I do not wish to talk right now. Go back to talking to Rain.
Okay. Well, I like you, he says and floats away.
Rain's gonna try something.
Okay.
Let me just see if I can do it.
That's a Kashima in the corner.
I'm going. She's
Kashima just becomes a fighter.
We're like a fucking wizard at this point.
Okay.
Rain is going to cast message on this creature in here. It just has to be within range. She doesn't have to be able to see it, and it can go through solid objects. And I know it's beyond the barrier because we heard it.
Okay.
So I will send it a message. Hello, how are you? Who might you be? And do you happen to have a shiny crystal in there with you? You can respond to this message.
I do. I'm. Who are you?
Sends message again. I asked you first.
I'm a hunt competitor, and I found the crystal on this floor, but my party members are already lost. You want to make a deal?
Okay, so not in message form for a second, just conferring with Flix and actually. So, whatever is beyond that door claims it's a hunt competitor, has this adorably cute little voice, which is not exactly what I would consider from something that you said is breathing heavily on the other side of the door.
Would you like to make a contract?
We could just try charming that hunt competitor and asking them to give us the crystal for safekeeping and to guard this floor against other competitors.
Flix, the point I'm trying to make is I don't think that it is actually a hunt competitor.
Oh.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
All right.
So anyway, hold please. Sends another message. So we hear some really scary kind of heavy breathing on the other side of your door. Is there somebody in there with you?
I'm a little wounded. It's okay. I'll live.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. What wounded you?
Other hunt competitors. There was a scary red lady.
A scary red lady. Oh, that's Giz, right? Isn't that her name? Echo. Yes, Echo Giz.
Do you have any potions? I have gold.
So, it does sound very adorable, whatever it is, but you said it was very heavy breathing, Flix?
That's what it sounded like.
I feel like it might be another Lamia or something that's, using some kind of illusions. But it does say that the crystal's in there with it. But if I was a big scary creature trying to pretend I'm something else, that's exactly what I would say.
Well, what I could do is you could open the door and Akasha and I can be standing back ready to unleash Hell Fury on whatever it is, or whoever they are.
Rain blinks. Why am I opening the door again?
Well, because if you haven't noticed, things seem to have difficulty hitting you.
Right. Some things, but okay. Do we want to open the door?
Well, you said they claim to have a crystal, yes?
They claim. But why would they still have the crystal if they were beaten up by competitors of the hunt? Why wouldn't they have not taken the crystal?
I don't know, Rain. Let's annihilate it and find out. Or charm it, or whatever we're going to do.
Okay, well, I can't charm it, so...
But I can.
Great. Then you do that.
I can try.
Sends another message. Okay, so where exactly is your crystal in there, if you said you were fighting competitors?
I hid it, but I have it now. Right here, in my hand.
Okay, well, we're coming in, so, please stand
Christina,
back.
I'm going to fly up against the ceiling, but I'm going to create an illusion of stone or whatever to hide my presence there.
Okay. The ceiling is 10 feet high.
Rain will...
If necessary, I'll just create a ramp of illusion, so that way, it's one of those perspective illusions, so it looks like the rest of the room, but in reality, it's just a strip of visual stuff, so if you step to one side or another, you could tell that it was not a thing, but it hides my presence.
Make me a stealth check with advantage. Okay, thank you very much. Rain, you may continue.
Rain will use Mage Hand and open the door, or try to open the door. We haven't checked for anything, so...
The door opens. One moment. What do you see, Rain?
I see stairs going down, maybe? That's all she sees. And like it goes into an open room. Gonna take a few steps up here. So I see around some corners.
Alright, I'm gonna stop you right there. Rain, as you kind of peer around the corner, getting a better angle into the room, you see something here that's tawny colored, similar to the sandstone that surrounds the room. And you hear the heavy breathing that Flix was referring to earlier. I need everyone to roll initiative.
More funky goblin music.
I like the funky goblin music.
Flix, your crossbow warns you of imminent danger. Neither you nor what is in that room are surprised. However, it is now a stressful situation as Rain has noticed something inside the room that is definitely not cute and not small. Flix, what do you do? Top of the round.
I can't see it though, right?
Exactly. You cannot see what is in that room.
Okay, I will hold an action to shoot my crossbow at an enemy that becomes visible within 30 feet.
All right. Rain, you're up.
Rain just closes the door with Mage Hand.
Okay.
Okay, so there's something kind of tawny colored, and did I get a sense for how big it was, Christina?
Large, very large, like 10 feet tall.
Pretty big, like really big, and kind of tawny colored, maybe another lamia. I'm not sure, and yeah.
Rain has stopped all bangers by shutting the door.
All bangers have stopped.
I could try
maybe not that
charming
cool.
it, although it doesn't sound like it's a person, at least by the parameters of the spell.
What was stopping it from opening door before?
Honestly, I'm not sure. Maybe some rules of the game, perhaps.
Rain.
That's it. That's all Rain's turn. She's just talking.
One moment.
Take a couple steps back.
The door
Oh no,
opens.
the bangers are back.
And this, a large, winged lion, a proud mane, his face rimmed with blue runes, stands before the door, just opens it up, it's like, hey. And it roars at everyone in the room.
How does he open the door without...
He's got
hands
paws.
on paws?
He's got paws.
He's got normal paws, though.
He opens the door. It's a magic door. It's the hunt. In fact,
Fuck you.
he's gonna open you in just a moment.
Oh no.
I'd rather he didn't.
I'm sorry, I'm counting. And it appears to be flying into the room.
Yeah, it's straight into my crossbow bolt.
Yep. Flix. Take your action. An 18 hits.
Yeah, it takes 18 damage. I'm still technically hidden by the illusion.
Unless it sees you. You rolled a 26. That's extremely high. Alright, hold on. I am thinking. I'm thinking. The Sphinx lets out a bellowing roar.
Can I make an insight check?
Nope, it is not your turn. You cannot make an insight check off turn. The Sphinx emits a magical roar, and each time it roars before finishing a long rest, it's louder, and the effect will change. Each creature within 500 feet of the Sphinx and able to hear the roar must make a saving throw. The first roar of the Sphinx. Each creature that fails a DC 18 Wisdom saving throw is frightened for 1 minute. And you can repeat the saving throw at the end of your turns, ending the effect on a success.
Hey, Rain, remember when you make the saving throw that you still have guidance from Flix.
Does guidance apply to saving throws?
Sure does.
Flix, you fail your saving throw.
That was a really high save, so...
Akashaba, Rain. Rain, you succeed.
Oh, nice, and you get to keep...
Akashaba, you fail.
Rip.
Flix, Akashaba, you both are frightened. And I'm going to mark you. A little frightened icon.
I don't like it.
Does that just mean we don't get a turn?
It means that we are at disadvantage to attack the Sphinx, and we can't approach closer to it.
Actually, you didn't roll a wisdom save. You rolled a wisdom check.
Oh, yeah, I need a wisdom saving throw from you, Akashaba.
This is what I've been doing for all of my saves, so is that just wrong?
That's incorrect. There's a section on the sheet. So there's your stats, and then below and to the left it says saving throws. You want to roll those.
Yeah, you want to roll your saving throw. You succeed. I will remove this frightened effect, but Flix, unfortunately, the roar of the Sphinx reverberates through your magical being, and you are frightened.
I'm glad that I ate one of you.
But
Oh, wait a minute. That's deep cut.
That's a deep cut.
and hold on, I need to calculate something. Let's see. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40, 45. Okay. Akashaba, it is your turn.
Okay, Kashaba is going to cast Bless.
Oh, forgive me, this is 5 feet elevated.
And then as a bonus action, Akashaba is going to cast Spirit Weapon.
Alright, Akashaba, you bless your friends. Rain, yourself, and Flix.
Okay, and does a 22 hit?
A 22 hits.
Okay, so it hits for all of 3 damage, as it just whizzes out of the ether and, stabs.
Alright, where would you like your sword to be, Akashaba? I have placed it.
Right here.
Alright. Your sword flanks the Sphinx.
Okay.
Is that in your round? And I will remind everybody, it would probably be very good to scan in encounters like this. Let's fucking go.
No.
Cool. No.
Wait, do I with a bless, maybe?
Go ahead and roll bless.
Nope.
Unfortunately, it's not high enough to discern information about this creature.
Right.
Flix, you're up. You are frightened.
I am frightened. Do I get a save against?
It is at the end of your round.
Okay, all right. Yeah, I will attempt to shoot it at disadvantage. I can't approach any closer, so that's the best that I can do. Actually, I am going to use my action to cast my innate fairy fire on it.
All right, let me see it in the VTT blues. Fairy fire. Oh.
DC 14 dex.
DC 14 dex.
What? You're not a feral druid. How are you doing this?
Fails.
Sweet.
Okay, you're not doing this.
So it is limbed in fairy fire. Everyone has advantage to attack it for the duration.
All right, your concentration is now spent on fairy fire, Flix.
Yep. The cool thing is that it does not get a continued save, so for 1 minute we'll have advantage to hit it.
And we have Bless on. We're so OP.
You're
My
so
guidance
OP.
goes away though, right? Because guidance is concentration.
Correct, your guidance goes away.
Yeah.
Wow, he actually stood a really good chance of making that save. Good to know. All right, yeah, well, anyway. And I'm scared, so I'm going to try to hide again.
Go ahead and make me that roll, please. All right.
Nope. Too scared to hide. Well,
Too scared to hide. Flix, does that end your round?
no, I would like to make an insight check.
Okay. That is not high enough to discern anything about this
Too
creature.
scared. Why is it so scary?
Flix, does that end your round?
What is happening? I fought the undead and I'm scared of a stupid glowy-faced cat. Flix is really mad at how scared he is. Now my turn is over.
All right, Flix, at the end of your round, the creature takes a legendary action. It will use its legendary action pool to cast a spell from its list of prepared spells. As it lifts its head and begins to keen. Let's see.
Oh, so it costs 3 legendary actions to do it? Interesting.
So casting a spell is very taxing on it, so this will be the only legendary action it can take before its next turn. And it raises its head to the skies and roars in an ancient language. And the room begins to get hotter. And it casts a strike of flame down on the assembled, hitting Rain, Akashaba, and Flix. I need all of you to make me a DC 10 dexterity saving throw. Akashaba failed.
Are you
Bless?
fucking kidding me? Yeah, bless. I actually can't fail because of bless. But...
I can fail.
Akashaba fails. Rain succeeds. Flix succeeds. One moment.
Don't forget that we have the cooling effect on us, so we have damage resistance to fire.
Yes, so your first bit of fire damage will be halved. This may be a little complicated because this is a mix of both fire and radiant. All right, let's break it down. Everybody who failed their saving throw will take 29 points of damage, 13 from fire, 16 from radiant.
So have your fire damage, Akashaba.
So wait, I take 29 damage?
You will take the half from fire, so half of 13 will be 6, and then the radiant damage as well. So you failed, so you take the full radiant damage.
So sorry.
It's 22.
Okay. This place sucks.
Has everybody calculated their hit points accordingly?
So if you have the fire resistance and you made your save, you should take, what, 15 damage?
So if you made the save, you'll take half of the fire damage.
We should take 11 total because we
okay.
we double half the fire and half the radiance, so it's 11 for us.
Perfect. All right.
Sorry, I was just doing the math. Apologies.
No, all good, all good. That's a
Took away
complicated
all
roll
my-
because it's split damage pools.
Yep. That took away all my temp HP. What a dick.
You hear your you feel your.
I'm sorry, Christina. I need to make a save against the fear effect at the end of my turn.
Oh, go ahead.
Nope.
Bless.
I mean, what's the DC on the fear effect? Can I? Because the original DC was
Oh,
super
it's
high.
it's super high. Nope. Yeah. Unfortunately, you are still frightened.
Yep. Oh, speaking of which, never mind. Go ahead.
After calling down the fire from the heavens, all of the people who had the nice little bit of fire resistance, it is now gone. consumed by the wrath of the creature. That was its legendary action. Rain, it is now your turn.
Okay. Rain is going to cast haste on herself.
All
and
right.
she is going to activate Blade Song, because this does not seem like a fight we should fuck around and find out about.
I feel like we already fucked around and now we are finding out.
Well, let's not go further down that rabbit hole.
Exacerbate the fucking around.
She will
exacerbate the fucking around.
Exasperate.
She will zip around to the other side of the Sphinx, and she will attack with her hasted action with advantage, which is a natural 20 for 19 points of piercing damage.
Okay.
Nice.
19 points of physical. Excellent.
And she will make an insight check.
Yeah, and don't forget you have advantage whether you're flanking or not.
I'm splitting up so he doesn't get more free AoE on us, but yes, I'm aware.
Yeah.
Thank you.
What would you like to know, Rain?
Let's get hit points on this guy first to start us off.
There you go.
Oh,
He just disappeared.
What? He
We
disappeared?
now know how many hit points it has, but it just disappeared.
Display bars always for everybody. Update token.
There we go. It's fixed.
Okay.
And that's Rain's turn.
All right. Next step, the creature.
You don't look like a competitor. Rain shouts behind him.
Bah! The Sphinx emits the second roar. It becomes louder, piercing the ears. The second roar. Each creature that fails a DC 18 Wisdom saving throw is deafened and frightened for 1 minute. A frightened creature is paralyzed and can repeat the saving throw at the end of each of its turns, ending the effect on the success.
What's the DC?
It is 18.
What the fuck? All right.
Kashima, you critically succeed. Rain,
hope.
bless.
I'm paralyzed.
Ha! Just make it.
Rain, you succeed. Kashima, you succeed. Flix, you are frightened and paralyzed.
Yeah.
Paralyzed. There we go.
Fortunately, my flight is not mechanical, so I stay flying, but
Let's see. 1 moment. And pass this turn. And Kashima, you're up.
yeah. Well, Jesus. This is not good. Kashima is going to cast Spirit Guardians.
Oh,
so
here
no more
we go.
bless. We're doing Spirit Guardians instead.
I think I probably have to, and since we just automatically have advantage on him now.
No, you don't.
Well,
because I'm
bless
paralyzed.
is
so
good
that,
for saving throws too. So
Oh wait,
my-
sorry.
yeah,
sorry.
he's no longer
Fairy fired.
fairy fired because I got paralyzed.
Oh, okay. Never mind.
I can't maintain concentration.
you can maintain concentration through paralysis.
No, you can't. If you're incapacitated in any way, you can't maintain concentration.
You're not incapacitated. Paralysis is different from incapacitation.
Sure.
Hold on. Let me look up the thing of paralysis. Why is this not giving me paralysis rules? Okay, hold on.
Yeah, a paralyzed creature is incapacitated and can't move or speak. Automatically fails strength and dex saving throws. Attack rolls against the creature have advantage, and any attack that hits a creature.
Yeah, he can't
critical
maintain
hit.
concentration during paralyzation. He can't.
Okay, then I am going to never mind on the spiritual weapon or Spirit Guardians.
Oh, okay. So you're gonna keep the bless up?
Yeah. Sorry, I was just under the assumption that we still had Fairy Fire. Okay. Akashaba is going to, because he's not in range, he's going to step back 15 feet and he's going to cast level 3 Scorching Ray. So that's 4 Scorching Rays.
Oh, okay.
First one.
Ooh.
How do crits work with spells?
It doubles the dice.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So roll another 2d6.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay, so 19. So 26. Does an 18 hit?
An 18 hits.
So 34.
Oh, nice.
34, so 43, 47. Yeah, so 47 fire damage.
Woo!
Nice. That's amazing.
It's incredible.
Akashaba begins to fire off scorching rays one by one. Critting on the first one for 12. I fucked up and I clicked the button. 21. Yep, that's a lot. 18, yep. 25. Okay, 2 crits in there. Excellent.
Okay, and then spiritual weapon.
He misses.
Okay, even with bless?
A bless will not save you.
Okay, that is the end of Akasha's turn.
All right. Top of the round. Flix, you're up. You're paralyzed.
Yep. Nope. Of course not.
Flix, you are frozen in fear.
I'm not in frozen in fear anymore. I'm just frozen.
Rain, you're up.
Rain is going to take a full round of attacks.
24 hits.
So he takes 13 damage, 10 piercing, 3 fire.
Okay.
That's a miss.
That is a miss. Don't forget you are hasted.
Yep. And her hasted attack does a 16 hit. Or
Bless?
roll bless.
17 hits. So 17 hits.
He takes another 11 piercing damage.
All right.
And don't want to do anything with my bonus action. No. I will insight check. Nope.
No.
That is the end of his turn.
Rain, at the end of your turn, it is going to take a legendary action. And it's going to turn at you and claw at you. Claw is running out. Oh, this is new round. Okay, anyway. Rain, it turns and attempts to claw you. With disadvantage. 11.
That misses.
It uses another legendary action. And with a flurry of claws. Odd 7.
Misses.
Wow, disadvantage. Okay. And finally, using its last legendary action, Rain. And
Still misses.
alright, its legendary action's used up. It is now its turn. Frustrated. It can't hit Rain. Accursed elf. It doesn't say that. It actually doesn't say anything. Let's see. One moment. And in its final roar, it emits the third roar. Each creature must make a DC 18 Constitution saving throw. On a failed save, you take a shit ton of thunder damage and are knocked prone. On a successful save, you take half as much, and you're not knocked prone. DC 18 Constitution saving throws from everybody.
Those saving throws are way too high for anything, but something I'm good at.
Holy shit. Nope.
Failure.
I think I'm just dead.
Rain, you succeed.
Yeah, I take 44 damage.
Wait, hold on, hold on. I haven't rolled it yet. I haven't rolled it.
Sorry, it just says 44 here.
That's an average.
Okay.
Yeah, it actually can be much higher than that.
Ugh.
It can be up to 80.
Or it's just
exactly 44.
Okay.
Everyone who did not save takes 44 thunder damage.
Ow. Kashima falls to the ground.
Kashima, you go unconscious.
Yep.
Rain will use absorb elements.
Is that a reaction?
It is a reaction.
Okay.
She will absorb half of the fire damage that she is taking. So she takes half because she succeeded.
You mean thunder damage?
Yeah, sorry, thunder damage. Or actually, does she take half?
Since you succeeded, it's halved.
So she takes
So you take
11.
half of half.
Yeah, she takes 11 thunder damage, and she absorbs 6 of it to deal back on her next melee attack.
Okay.
Also, Christina, if you want to get rid of the sword token.
Yes.
And bless on everybody.
And bless goes down. Ikashaba, make me a death saving throw.
What am I clicking now?
On your character
I
sheet,
think you just roll a d20.
you can actually also do it on your character sheet if you have 0 hit points. There should be a death saving throw thing. Ikashaba, you failed.
Ow.
If you hit 3 death saving throws, you will be ejected from the hunt.
Rip.
Top of the round, round 4. Flicks, you are paralyzed.
Yep, so end of my turn. No blood. There's no way I'm ever going to make this unless I roll insanely lucky. Nope.
Rain, Ikashaba is down.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't think you have any choice but to try to kill this thing as quickly as possible.
Yeah, she shifts up a little bit. Well, I guess it's just you and me. And starts trying to draw his attention, and she's just going to take a full round of attacks. I don't think that one hits. But...
That misses?
Oh, I don't have bless anymore, so it doesn't matter. Yep.
That'll hit.
That hits. 8 piercing.
Don't forget the 6 thunder damage plus your 6 fire damage.
Oh, yeah. So 6 thunder damage.
So, yeah, sorry, I just went ahead and rolled everything out. And so it's 8 piercing, 6 fire damage, plus 6 thunder damage, so a total of 20.
Okay.
And then I assume a 19 hits
It does.
or 13.
Okay.
So 20, 33?
33 total, yeah. And I guess she'll insight check. Not sure what she wants to know, though.
What would you like to know?
Weakness?
Yeah, I guess any ability that we haven't seen. Not too concerned about spells, but like an ability sheet we haven't seen. Otherwise, a spell.
You've seen all the roars. You've seen the claw. And you've seen legendary actions. Oh, you have not seen this. The Sphinx is immune to any effect that would sense its emotions or read its thoughts, as well as any divination spell it refuses.
All right, that is her turn.
All right. Next up, the Sphinx, teetering on the brink of death, turns upon Rain and lashes out with claws attack. Disadvantage 12. Disadvantage 15.
This These are the legendary action claws?
These are just his normal actions.
Oh, okay, so this is his turn. Gotcha.
let's see. Akashiba, make me a death saving throw.
Okay.
You succeed.
Nice.
Top of the round. Flicks.
Yeah, it
Make
barely
me a saving
matters
throw.
if I do make the saving throw.
At 12. Flicks, at the end of your round, your paralysis wears off. Your frightened is still there.
I thought it lasted for a minute.
The GM is being very kind to you.
Oh, okay.
The Sphinx takes a legendary action against Rain. Whoops. Apparently I ran out of claw attacks. There we go.
More claws.
Give him the claws.
14.
That is a miss.
And then it uses 2 other legendary actions to teleport. I'm gonna go.
Has to be able to see the point that it teleports to.
Alright. Rain, you are up.
Rain has literally like 100 feet of movement right now, so she just bolts after this thing. Zips over, and she's gonna take attacks.
How dare you!
Does a 16 hit?
A 16 misses.
Does a 27 hit?
A 27 hits.
And she will take her last attack, just to put it all in VTT. Actually, I think that might miss.
Yeah, that'll miss.
12 misses.
Here's hoping that 15 damage does the trick.
Yeah, 15 damage.
It's gonna
10
have
piercing,
a sliver of
5 fire
hit points,
damage.
doesn't it?
Rain, does that end your turn?
That is all she can do. Yeah.
Alright. Teetering at the precipice of death. The Sphinx begins to claw desperately at Rain. Disadvantage. 13.
This is
Disadvantage. 21.
that. Hang on, let me just do the calculus real quick. Okay. She will use her shield spell, and it misses. Her AC is now 26.
Alright.
21 was the magic number, so.
That's a good number. Alright, Akashiba, make me a death saving throw. You fail. One more death saving throw, and you will be out of the hunt. Flix, you're up.
Flix
You are
shakes
only
off-
frightened.
Yep. Flix shakes off his paralysis and floats, like zips over to Akashiba and pours a healing potion into his
Glork, glork,
slack mouth.
glork, glork.
Did I have to
Akasha.
be stabilized first? I felt like I dealt with this with
Nope.
Ken.
Nope, you do not.
Healing
Okay.
stabilizes you.
Yep.
Yep.
Just
Any healing.
cram it down
That's
your
what-
throat.
That's the reason why healing word is cool. If somebody drops, even at range, you can just give them a hit point and stand them up.
Nice. So do I take like healing?
What
or-
flavor
Yes,
of
you
potion are you
will-
feeding
I'm-
him?
I think I'm going to give you a greater healing potion. So 44 plus 4, I think. What is this? Yeah, 44 plus 4.
Alright, Flix, roll and heal Akashiba.
Did it roll?
Ooh. Spicy Akashiba, you heal 13 hit points and are now conscious.
All right. Let me go ahead. I think I put this in here. Okay, great. Thank you.
Oh, got you, buddy.
Kashba looks very dazed and confused, and not like the funny movie way.
Flix, does that end your round?
I think I can use my bonus action for something, but I don't know what.
Hide.
Hide,
Hide.
cry, bonus action P.
Yeah, I'll hide behind Akasha.
All right, excellent. Flix, does that end your round?
No, it does.
All right, at the end of Flix's round, the Sphinx takes a legendary action and uses it to do something terrible, to cast a spell.
Damn it. Refresh that at the start of your
He
turn.
thunders again, so help me God.
Unfortunately, he's out of spell slots for that level. Thank fucking God. Instead, he's going to cast Sacred Flame upon Flix. Flix, make me a dex saving throw.
He has to see me.
Oh, yeah, that's a perception check.
I mean, he's probably gonna make it. But
I mean, we'll
he
see.
doesn't do it.
We'll see. Or else Akashaba's gonna fucking die again. Fails. Akashaba,
Sorry.
Yeah.
make me a dexterity saving throw.
Oh, that's my favorite.
Fuck. Sorry, Akasha. Hey!
Oh, you
yeah, it does no damage if you
succeed.
make it.
I'm officially done dying.
Rain, you're up.
Rain's gonna take attacks.
As a literal laser emits from the Sphinx's mouth that tries to zap Akashaba.
Akashima literally just looks at it and goes, I don't fucking think so. And then stops. Like, I'm sorry.
25 hits, I assume.
Yes.
For 12 points of damage.
Rain,
Does that
your
hit?
attack will kill the Androsphinx. What do you do?
She has her full bevy of attacks, so she just keeps stabbing it as it slumps to the ground repeatedly. That's really fucking rude. Lying to people, making up bullshit, and then you come and you're roaring. Stop that! Stab! 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 Stab!
Oh.
A little more stab, just to be clear.
And the combat against the Androsphinx is over. As
Well.
your companions begin to teeter on the precipice of death.
I hated everything about that. I'm beginning to dislike this place just as much as you do.
I'm thinking maybe the humming warning was, maybe it was the opposite.
Mm-hmm.
That went great though. That went great, guys.
Well,
fives.
it could have been worse. Akasha could have perished. We would have been down one for the rest of the hunt. As it is, though, we run a huge risk. We need to take a longer rest. We don't have a choice now.
Well, should we at least explore that room that it seemed to be guarding and
I
see if
look
there's
at
anything we need to
myself
secure?
like battered and bruised and still smoking, and I look at Akashaba, similarly completely fucked. You can, if you wish, taking another step in our condition invites further disaster.
Inclined to agree with Flix. I am not going anywhere right now.
No, I mean that's fair. It would really suck
One
if we
trap
did just
would ruin us.
find, the room with the crystal and now it's just exposed.
Well, we need to
You
look.
guys wait,
I'm just
wait
saying
right here.
we can't go with you.
And she will cast invisibility on herself.
Okay, your haste goes away.
She takes a minute to catch her breath from the haste.
You are now invisible.
And she will come up to the door, kind of peek in, just do a quick check for traps.
Come on, Akashaba. Let's hide in the corner, shall we? He, sort of props and tugs Akashaba until we're in the corner, and then I hide us both with an illusion. Just in case anyone should happen upon the room.
Rain, you peer around the corner, searching for any traps within this room. You see around the sandstone floor 2 sets of stairs, both descending down. But you see no traps. arrow sockets, spike walls. Nothing appears to be amiss.
Okay. Comes back. Oh, hey guys.
We're nowhere to be seen.
Yeah, you actually don't.
Yeah, Flix
see them.
dismisses the illusion. We're here. Don't worry.
Okay, so some interesting news. I think we had to fight that thing regardless. That seems to be the way down to the next floor in there. But actually, both ways down actually seem to be in that room. I guess that's true with the floors above. Now that I think about it.
Perhaps if indeed there was a crystal, perhaps it's on the Sphinx itself. I'll head over to the Sphinx and was it wearing like a necklace or anything like that?
There is no remains of the Sphinx.
Oh, it popped out of existence and didn't leave a crystal behind?
Correct.
No, that was just bullshit.
So this hallway down here to the south, it seems like there's another door that connects with that room, maybe to the if we hung to the left. So if there's a crystal still on this floor, it's probably in one of these rooms over here.
One moment, I'll be right back. 1 minute.
Do you guys want to take a proper long rest then? Is that where we're at?
Do we have a choice? Out of character, I have no hit dice left, so a short rest does nothing for me.
I do have a prayer of healing that I could potentially use. That would just be like my only level 4 spell used, and then I have 2 level 3 spells left and a couple level 1s and level 2s, and that's about and I still have the hammer to throw, technically. Like, what Christina kind of conveyed to us is that, taking a long rest is, kind of going to be, really fucking difficult, and seems like, frankly, against the spirit of this place.
I agree with you, but we just fought a super hard fight.
I'm just saying... Right, I totally get it. I'm just saying I do technically have a level 4 prayer of healing spell, which would, at least... And
we have potions and such. I mean, we can use potions to keep us going.
Yeah, I would assume, though, because there is going to come a time, just through resource management, where we're going to have to take a long rest, and I assume that's when, shit is going to, really hit the fan for us.
I'm back.
So, I would rather, out of character, I would just rather we just use what we have, and then, come to Netbridge when we have to.
Okay, that works for me.
What have you all decided?
We are going to use healing spells and resources in order to get ourselves back on our feet.
Excellent.
Great. So, yeah, I guess my question here is, Rain's a little bit wounded. I guess it's, an okay time for a prayer of healing.
Yeah, I think it's good, and it'll be efficient because it'll heal Rain and heal the 2 of us.
Yeah, okay. Akashima beckons you both close. I guess I'm gonna roleplay this out. He says in just this very flat and defeated sounding tone, "Light, please heal us." Yeah, and everyone gets 23 else.
The essence of the borealis and the light flows through you, purifying your allies, reinvigorating them.
Better. You got any more of those in there?
I do not. That is it. If you wish for me to do more of that, I would require substantially more rest.
And don't forget, Akashima, you do have access to things like Channel Divinity, which would unlock additional spell slots.
Only up to level 2, unfortunately.
Truth.
Yeah, all my cool spells are unfortunately level 3 or 4, so that's my level 4 spell.
Do you have any low-level slots that you can use for Cure Wounds?
I also keep in mind, I've already used both of the Channel Divine Whatever Redos to get 2 level 2 spells back, so I have 1 level 2 spell back, or 1 level 2 spell, 2 level 1 spells, and 2 level 3 spells.
Okay.
Yeah. Oh, I guess I do have a level 3 version of Cleric Healing, so I guess I could technically do another one now. It's for a 3d8 plus 2, but maybe we should wait.
Well, that is up to you.
I have my invisibility up. This disembodied voice of Rain is just sitting here. I have my invisibility up for a little while. If you guys wanted to go somewhere more secure, I can try and scout with Eco and I, and maybe try and pick our next battle a little more carefully.
I mean,
I think for the moment we are fine, but we should just take extra care. The next time we think we are going into battle, maybe plan is no longer let's just open door and fight what is behind it.
I mean, honestly, actually, that's kind of the only plan in a lot of these cases, as long as we can see on the other side of the door.
In this situation, I just mean
Flexi
maybe we
regain.
talk first about maybe whether or not we need more healing, and then open door.
I mean, we were all pretty well up on that one, but
Right,
I mean, you
that's
mean
what-
moving forward. Oh, okay, sure.
Yeah. Okay, I think we are good for now. We can continue.
I think that was substantially more of a handful than we expected.
Well, I have a theory that this humming warning is maybe where the crystal actually is. Otherwise, why warn about the humming in particular? It seems kind of strange. There's plenty of horrible things here.
Well, we can find out. Stand back, I suppose.
Well, I mean, Flix, I'm invisible. So,
I know, but I still need to unlock the door.
oh, if it's locked, sure, I guess.
Well, stand back anyway, yes?
Rain is standing back, not that you would know.
Kashaba?
I was thinking I do have the ability to detect where this crystal would be if we choose.
Yes, but now your mystic might has just become a much more precious commodity.
Oh, as you say.
All right. First, I check if I already checked for traps on this door. I check to see if the door is locked.
The door is unlocked.
I look at the others. All right. Brace yourselves.
Rain's actually just gonna stand here so she can get sight of the door.
Flicks, you open the door. Beyond, you see roots coming out of the walls, gnarled, dried, crawling up the walls and down to the floor.
Sneaky sneaks. Light. Hide me in the shadow.
Flix, I'm literally okay.
Ray's like, I'm invisible.
I don't know where you are. Go, do your thing.
I mean, I assume you mumbling to yourself was like you about to fly off. So
Yeah.
Rain will roll her stealth as invisible, and she'll kind of like step into the room a little bit.
All right. You too see the gnarled roots coming out of the wall, crawling across, excuse me, they're not crawling, but they're stagnant across the floor and up the walls. The humming sound is significantly louder here. Rain, make me a nature check.
Actually, not bad.
Rain, that your keen elven ears notice that it very distinctly sounds like bees.
No!
Oh,
Lots
Okay.
of bees.
like in this room? Can I see them, or I just hear it?
You just hear it. You don't see any bees in this room.
Okay. Just going to kind of like step up here and just going to investigate the rest of the room. Not awesome.
You look around and don't seem to notice anything of import.
She steps back over here just to communicate. Hi! Just like in your face, Flex. Just disembodied Rain voice. So there's those roots in there. It sounds like bees, perhaps, but there are 2 doors. One just to the right of the entryway and one across the way.
Interesting. I want to look at those roots. I'm going to come over here. I would like to use a spell that I've never had occasion to use. I'd like to use Druidcraft on a little bit of the vine.
Okay. Let me see it in VTT, please. You create a tiny, harmless sensory effect.
You instantly make a flower blossom, a seed pod open, or a leaf bud bloom. So I'm like bringing life back to a little bit of the gnarled vine.
From the vine, it begins to crack, almost sounding like paper, as new life springs forth, and a brilliant orange leaf sprouts from the wood.
Apply to nature, blah blah blah. We're a good team, you and me, the light. Yes, we are.
What are you,
In fact,
nature?
we're such a good team, but I don't need your help on this one. What kind of vine is this?
This type of wood and this flower don't appear to match anything that you've seen before. It is entirely a magical concoction.
Oh, what's it do?
Well, you grew a leaf out of it. The leaves surround. The vines, however, seem to be hollow-ish in the inside. You're assuming to allow easy passage for small things to crawl through. Like the bees that you very distinctly hear coming from somewhere nearby. They're like little bee tunnels.
It's kind of an abuse of druidcraft, but I could spend a bunch of time here slowly bringing the entire vine back to life, and maybe that would choke off the things that are inside the hollow vines and keep them from escaping.
You may begin to do that, but every time you do, let's see, it takes an action.
Yeah.
So it would take time.
Well, I could try to bring this vine back to life, and it might stop whatever's inside from coming out. But it will take time, and it's probably risky. But I have no doubt that anything we do in this room could potentially alert the swarms of whatever that are inside these vines.
Oh, go ahead.
I just can't help but feel like this is where the crystal is. It just
Through one of these doors?
Yeah, somewhere to do with this.
Well, do you want to try it?
I don't want to spend that much time here. I think that would take an exorbitant amount of time for you to do what you're trying to accomplish.
Christina, how long do you think it would take? Because, like, one action is 10 seconds, right?
Let's see. It would probably take you about 20 minutes to do the whole room.
It would probably take me half an hour, a little less.
Oh, okay. I mean...
But it's up to you. I leave it to you two. We can risk attempting to bypass this and alerting whatever's inside if we do so. We were warned to beware the humming, after all.
Do we have better plan?
I feel it's the most cautious course, to be honest. It's just time-consuming.
Well, I would prefer cautious at this point. Let me close doors so we are not caught unawares.
I was actually going to suggest that both of you stand on the other side of the door while I undertake this. And I'll shriek horribly if terrible things start happening to me.
Rather be in here in case you need help.
I mean, I would rather not be in an enclosed space with a bunch of angry bees, but sure, I guess.
Alright, well, we can all stand back. The range of druidcraft is 30 feet,
Should we at least investigate these other doors before we mess with the...
No, absolutely not, because I suspect that messing with those doors is exactly what alerts the creatures inside the vines. Yes? I mean, we can look at them, but we risk triggering whatever traps activate these creatures.
Right, but we haven't even looked to find traps, so we have no idea what would activate these creatures.
True. Let's do that. After you, with the light's blessing.
Rain will just step up to this kind of within range of this door and just investigate it.
Okay, what are you investigating?
Looking for traps, any indications of what might trigger bees.
All right, go ahead. Oh, very nice. As you were searching around the room, at least for this door, you see the choking vines kind of coming out of it and coming out of the walls, and they get thicker towards the north side of the room. However, in your investigation, you also notice here on the floor another circular scuff mark, but with no clear door indicator. You seem to have found a secret.
Oh, Flix, come over here. I mean, north, a little to your left. Nope, not a little bit back to the right. There we go.
I can hear you.
This looks like a secret door. You see the scuff marks here?
Indeed, I do. Is this another dark door, or is it? Looks like. Does it seem locked, or does it seem like something you can just open once you find it?
With Rain pointing it out, you do see that there is a door somewhere here, but it's going to take a little bit of sleight of hand for you to get it open.
Well, I can try opening it. Are you two ready?
I feel like this is the ticket here. We bypass the humming, which seems to really be... Actually, does the humming get louder investigating over in that area as well, Christina?
It does. The humming is very loud coming from the north.
Yeah, so it feels like this might be actually the door we're meant to find, and that's the humming we're meant to avoid. Over there.
Well, I suppose we're about to find out then,
It seems like good theory, yes.
Alright, Light. You and I are a good team. We do good things. Good people.
Akashima makes no face at that. He's just clearly dead inside at this point.
18 to get the door.
Funnily enough, the light has gone out inside him.
All right, with a deft hand.
I love how resentful he is that, like...
You hear the door click.
He finally has a convert, and the convert is, like...
Yeah, and he's just abusing the crap out of it.
Everything about this is delightful to me.
A piece of the sandstone appears to wipe away, revealing a handle.
Well,
all right.
Shall we?
Ready?
What lies in this room appears to be a massive sarcophagus, reaching from floor to ceiling. It appears to be closed.
Nothing dangerous could possibly be in there. Rain, wherever you are, do whatever it is that you're going to do with Light's blessing.
The
like
front
she's
of
like Flix reaching out, she just grabs his hand and like places it on her wrist so he can cast his spell.
I don't have to touch you.
Rain and Akashaba, since you are both, make me a Arcana check, please.
Oh no, it is range touch. Yeah, I have to touch it. Good to know.
Oh, Jesus.
Pretty good, actually.
All right. Excellent rolls. Akashaba, Rain, and Flix. Actually, no, just Akashaba and Rain. Forgive me. The runes on the front of the sarcophagus appear to glow with magic, hinting at the contents inside. If you decide to open the sarcophagus, you will immediately regain one of your highest level spell slots.
Ooh.
But you will run the risk of arousing whatever's inside.
Whatever's inside the sarcophagus?
Mm-hmm.
So, is sarcophagus, Rain, I don't know if you maybe know this, Flix, as well. The sarcophagus has both good and bad to it.
Right.
So, everyone here know what this is, then, yes?
There's most certainly a dead thing inside.
Yeah, it's probably a dead thing inside. But, normally opening sarcophagus and, releasing whatever inside can be good. maybe boon for us.
Hmm. I mean, if it's not the actual crystal, I'm not sure if this is a good idea. How much would it profit you two to do this? Because I haven't used any of my spells yet. And what I stand to regain is part of my innate fey magic, and I don't think that this will work on that.
It would be a fairly big deal for me, perhaps, but if not for everyone else, then we do not have to.
Have you used one of your highest level spell slots?
Yeah, I used the 4th level spell to cast Prayer Healing.
Yeah, I meant to ask Drew.
Oh, sorry.
I'm actually pretty okay on spells for right now, but I mean, we are gonna have to take a long rest at some point. That's just kind of the nature of how these things work, but...
Well, it depends on how quickly we find the crystals, right?
True. I mean, my spells aren't my concern right now. Like, your guys' little fleshy bodies are a little bit more worse for the wear than my spell list right now.
Well, if we suspect undead, which almost certainly will come out, I can make circle around us to keep undead from really having much success hitting us, so it might just be net positive for the whole group. It seems like we could easily dispatch.
Oh.
Yeah, so I can do this. And basically just be like, yo, undead, fuck you, you can't come in here.
Magic circle!
And then anything...
Holy shit!
Yeah, if it's undead or any of the, like, if it's a celestial, elemental, fey, fiend, or undead, anytime it tries to attack any of us in the circle, advantage.
You can literally just seal it in there with a magic circle.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, well that just makes this easy then.
Right.
It's one of your 3rd level spell slots, then.
So you give up a 3rd level to get a 4th level back?
Right.
I think that's a reasonable trade. It's up to you, though.
Yeah, I mean, I'm down.
All right, well, it'll take you a minute to prepare the magic circle, and then we do what we're going to do. And in the meantime, I will cast... please forgive me. I need to hex one of you.
Wait, what?
You heard me. I need to curse you. Just a little bit. Pick something inconsequential.
But why?
I hex Rain.
You can't see Rain.
Oh. I will hex Akashaba's charisma.
Akashaba just stares at you.
It's necessary. This way we all gain something from opening the sarcophagus.
Akashaba, your charisma's hexed?
Great.
Kajaba seems unusually surly, like even more so than he always is.
Surly advanced.
Okay, so basically the circle needs to be on top of us, basically blocking in the door.
Yeah, I figured you could put it like right here or like right here.
So the point is that it can't willingly enter.
What is this, a 10-foot circle?
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm gonna make you a 10-foot circle. Okay.
Yeah, and it's just gonna be like in front of this chamber, basically.
How's that?
Yeah, perfect.
That's a 15-foot circle.
That is a 10-foot circle.
I mean...
So basically, I just want to be clear, the way this nets out, based on like what I'm seeing, is this thing cannot willingly enter the cylinder by non-magical means. So unless we like pop open a lich here that has like the ability to do teleportation or
like Misty Step or something. Yeah.
I can just sit there and bonk it from 10 feet away. I can just bonk it until it dies. Like there is no counterplay. I am playing a mill deck.
If it has ranged attacks, it can attack back with disadvantage.
Right.
If it has reach, then it can attack back with disadvantage.
I feel like maybe we cast this, we open it, and then we just close this door and just leave the circle here. That's kind of what I feel like we maybe do.
You can also, when you cast this spell, you can elect to cause its magic to operate in the reverse. So you could literally cast the circle so that it surrounds the sarcophagus instead, and then whatever's inside it can't leave.
Well, since it would already be in the circle at that point, my assumption would be that it would do everything to get out of the circle. Like we're trying to prevent it from like coming near us.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, is that you can do it either way. You can draw the circle around us, or you can draw the circle around the sarcophagus, and then it wouldn't be able to.
Yeah, so it can't leave. It's the last paragraph of the magic circle spell. So you can choose whether you want to protect yourself or if you want to rope it in.
Oh, okay, yeah.
And it works the same both ways.
While you guys are hashing this out, I'm just going to take Frey outside real quick. I'll be right back.
Okay, so then yeah, we can put it on top of the sarcophagus then. Thank you for explaining, and then yeah, we'll just basically say you're not allowed to leave.
Okay, I'm gonna move that a little bit. So you want it here?
Yep. Watch this thing not be undead, by the way. So now that I've selected undead, like watch it be like a bee.
Just a giant fucking
like
bee.
Like a bee with giant biceps, it just begins fucking us up.
Also, Christina, that's a 10-foot radius circle. Magic circle is like 10 by 10. Like it's actually 10 feet across.
10-foot radius, 20-foot tall cylinder. Okay.
Oh, no, it's 10-foot radius. I was so wrong. I apologize.
I read. You read? Can you read?
No, I don't. Every other time I've used this spell, it was actually a 5-foot radius because I'm an idiot. So, GG.
Weird. All right, Akashaba, you cast your magic circle energy into the room, forbidding any undead from leaving its area. The sarcophagus sits there ominously.
So now we need to open this in order to get our spell slots back, right? Is that how that works?
It's about how it works, yes.
All right. Well, here goes nothing. Does there seem to be any special way to do this so that it doesn't screw anything up?
With your big, strong arms.
They are not big or strong. They are tiny and weak.
How unfortunate.
Work out, man.
I'm 2 feet tall. What do you want from me? They are tiny and weak because I weigh like 18 pounds.
You can make me an athletics check.
Wait, can I pry it open with sleight of hand instead?
Nope.
Be a cunning and lever action?
Cunning this giant stone slab open? Nope.
Yeah, no, knowing I have to like force it, be like, I'm not doing this. Akasha, but it looks like this is a job for you.
Hold on. I don't know if you can see, but I have this very needy baby who's just appeared in my lap, so...
I would
That
like
is
to see the
extremely
baby. Aww.
He just kind of like, he would like held his little paws up, like, please lift me up.
Oh,
I wish Mac were that polite. When he wants to be in my lap, he just kind of materializes, like he jumps up with all 4 feet, so he just suddenly appears in my lap.
No, and now he's just gonna do this, so my range of motion is going to be very limited for a minute.
I'm sleeping.
That's super cute. Oh, in that case, I'll use the restroom while you're cuddling the cat.
Feel free and take a couple minutes, so 5:04. Take a quick break, and we will resume with the opening of the sarcophagus momentarily. Pet your cat, get a drink. We'll be right back. We are taking a quick 2-minute break, so be back in, well, now 1 minute, so 5:04. My abnormally fat cats have now taken to running around the house. I'd say I only have one abnormally fat cat. Now there's just sounds of thunder behind me as they're like... brr, 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 brr. Oh, there he goes. It's good to have a break. Time to stretch, get some water. Okay. Not so, monster.
Time to pet the cat and grab some Yunker, promotes general well-being. So I can enjoy some general well-being.
So it was the decision we're sealing this thing in.
Alright, everybody's back.
Yeah.
Let us resume. Akashiba has decided to seal whatever's inside the sarcophagus in with his magic circle, but Flix is simply too weak to lift the stone of the sarcophagus.
I prefer elegantly tiny.
Elegantly tiny. So now the bugbear has gone in, and we are going to open the sarcophagus.
Yeah, Akashima walks by Flix and like fucking flexes the gun at him and just keeps going.
I just want to point out that if I had those gauntlets, I'd be able to pry this open.
Akashiba, you do have the gauntlets of ogre strength.
I'm also just a giant fucking ripped bugbear.
Yes, but it's mostly the gloves.
It's mostly my exercise regimen. I guess here's the athletics check. Great.
All right. Beefy. You put your hands in the cracks of the stone sarcophagus and begin to... And the stone slides to the side, revealing inside something that you expected. A mummified corpse. Its eyes begin to glow. Its sleep disturbed. Its banger beginning. You have awoken it from its slumber.
Okay.
Oh, okay. Wait, hold on. I haven't put you in the initiative track yet. Hang on. I know you guys are excited, Flix. I haven't called initiative yet. God damn it.
I got a 27 though, which is pretty great.
Ooh, but did ya? Because it's gone.
It doesn't
Still counts.
exist! Alright. Everybody roll initiative for me.
I mean, I still want my 27.
Ooh, sweet of us.
Flix, just this once, I will give you your 27 back, but don't roll
Thanks.
early again, please.
All right.
Someone's still waking up, huh, Mr. Monkey?
Flix, top the round. You are up as the undead sealed within the sarcophagus begins to come to life.
Do you want me to boom it or just zip away?
Yeah, just whatever kills it again.
All right. Yeah, I'll pop forward and I will booming blade the mummy.
Okay.
Does a 17 hit?
17 hits.
Actually, I will move Hex from Akashiba to the mummy. I'm hexing the mummy's strength.
All right. The mummy is now hexed. Akashiba is no longer a hexed charisma.
All right, and I do 21 damage to it, and it's
Alright.
boomed. Don't forget to give it a boom.
He is
And
boomed.
then, 5, 10, 15.
That's not boom.
You know, just to be sure. I'm also gonna pop it in the corner.
All right, Flix, does that end your round?
Yeah, before I moved out of range, though, I inserted the mummy to check its hit points.
You are pushing your luck today, Flix. You're fucking pushing your luck. All right, next up, Rain. You are invisible.
Rain is going to make an investigation check to see if there's anything in the sarcophagus with it that is supposed to give us arcane power back,
Okay.
magical power back.
I thought we got the arcane power back whether we awoke the guardian or not.
So, Rain, with your investigation, when you open the sarcophagus, A small golden ring has fallen out and is currently sitting right next to Akashaba on the ground.
Okay, she will just use Mage Hand to grab it and say, I think we've got what we need, Akashaba. Actually, no, she'll just walk in and grab it so she doesn't have to drop her invisibility. She'll just like, yoink.
You acquire Hunt Ring. Anything else, Rain?
I'll go ahead and insight it just in case we have to fight this thing now or later.
All right, what would you like to know?
Let's go with vulnerabilities, if it has any.
It is vulnerable to fire.
Great. That's it. That's our turn.
All right, Akashaba, you're up. Your magic circle is down. And keep in mind your magic circle is not a concentration spell, somehow.
If I move back 5 feet, is he getting an attack of opportunity in the circle?
Unless you disengage, he will take an attack of opportunity on you.
Okay. Can I insight before I attack?
Yes, absolutely.
Insight?
Okay.
No.
Nope.
Okay, Akashaba's gonna dome.
You can disengage as your action, Akashaba.
Yeah, you can disengage as your action instead of doming, and he will not have an attack of opportunity on you. And then you'll have your full move.
Oh, I know. Akashaba's going to kill him.
Oh, okay.
Oh.
Go right
You might
ahead.
as well leave the circle first, and then dome him from outside of the circle.
Yeah, I guess.
Because that makes a lot more sense.
So if Akashaba goes here, he can still dome, but that is still within the circle range. If he goes here, he will be out of range.
Okay, so it sounds like I have either like a smart choice to make or a racist choice to make, and Akashaba really hates the end. So Akashaba's gonna try to dome this thing.
All right. A 28 hits. For 7 bludgeoning damage. The mummy hisses at you, disturbing its sleep.
That is the turn.
All right. The mummy looks at the magic circle. Disadvantage against targets within the cylinder. Okay. And it can't leave. Okay, it will attack Akashaba with disadvantage.
Yeah. It's probably still gonna hit though, going computer rolls with disadvantage.
Yeah. It's almost like disadvantage just causes her to roll 18s.
Akashaba.
Yep.
Its dead eyes fix on you with a dreadful glare. It targets you. And make me a wisdom saving throw, DC 11.
Okay.
Akashaba, you fail.
Nope.
What the fuck?
Akashaba, you are...
We're not blessed, are we?
Nope,
We're not.
Akashaba, you are frightened until the end of the mummy's next turn.
Okay.
Also, if you fail your saving throw by 5 or more, bad shit happens. But it has not happened yet.
I can actually just feel Rain like staring. Why are we doing this?
Rain is a little bit confused why we even bothered with the magic circle if we were just going to fight it anyway. But she has withheld judgment, but I'm glad you can feel it burning into the back of your head.
Okay, this is 100% a thing where, I can feel the Drew stare, honestly.
It's pretty similar, actually, in this particular situation, I think.
After glaring at you, Akashaba, it attempts to connect its fist with your chin. It has disadvantage due to the magic circle. Does a 15 hit your armor class?
Yes, it does.
Of course it does.
I'm going to be so happy when Akashaba gets literally all of the negative status effects from fighting a mummy.
Yep,
Akashaba?
this is fine. Uh-huh.
Do you have any resistance against necrotic damage? Or bludgeoning damage?
Nope.
Alright, Akashaba. The mummy's incredibly powerful fist cracks across your chin for 23 bludgeoning damage.
Yep.
Make me a DC 12 Constitution saving throw. Akashaba, you fail, and you are cursed with mummy rot.
Oof.
Akashaba, you cannot regain hit points while you have mummy rot. Your hit point maximum decreases by 15.
I mean, I think it's just bad.
No, it's your maximum.
It's your max hit points.
Okay. Let's see. Not sure if I remember how to do this. Click on max. Override max HP. Got it. So 15.
And you are cursed.
Okay. Oh wait, okay. Whoops, I did that wrong. Where's my control V?
But it's all good.
I have to say, I love how we did this incredibly smart thing by locking the dangerous mummy on the other side of a magic circle so that we could dispatch it at leisure. And then Akashaba's like, nah, I'm a dome it in the face!
Yeah, sorry. We can't let the live? Question mark?
But you could let it live from the other, you could destroy from the other side of the circle without exposing yourself to getting
what if it didn't
utterly smashed by it. What?
What if it didn't come to the outside of the circle? What if I couldn't light it there? You know?
And then you could light it on fire from a distance.
Flix?
Listen, you're making a lot of good points right now. None of that.
Flix, you can't see what's happening in the room right now. It's your turn.
He's gonna just zip back to where he was.
Dear gosh, you're getting wrecked.
What are you doing? I boomed it so that it would move and get boomed. You ruined my boom.
Akashaba's not looking good. In fact, he's inflicted with the mummy rot.
Oh, you should not stay here. This is a terrible idea.
Doesn't respond. Not his turn.
You can talk as a free action.
Yeah, I know. Doesn't respond.
I take a 14 misses.
14 hits.
Oh, nice.
For a total of 13 damage.
Inside it.
Another
it takes
6.
a total. Yeah, it takes a total of 19. Is it resistant to? If it is resistant to necrotic, it takes half of the d6.
It is immune to necrotic.
Okay, then it takes no damage whatsoever from the d6 portion, which was 4 damage, so it only takes 15.
I will regain 4. And your insight is too low.
All right. Well, bonus action. Yep, I'm definitely leaving. Oh no, I don't lock the door.
Whoops.
Right back around the corner.
Okay.
Let it boom!
Rain, you're up.
I didn't bring spells to save Akashaba from himself today.
I love the fucking chaos that is unfolded now.
Akashaba made this bed. Now he's going to lay in it, and we're going to learn a valuable lesson from all of this. And Rain steps right here, like just right outside of the circle. So when Akashaba either chooses not to disengage and gets down,
Akashaba is frightened, so he has to run as far away as he can from the mummy next turn.
Rain doesn't necessarily know that, but she's going to stand right here next to the door. And she is holding the action to shut the door the second that Akashaba steps out of it. Yeah, that's what she's doing. She's holding her action to shut the door.
Okay, Akashaba, just to let you know, a frightened creature, you'll have a disadvantage on ability checks and attack rolls while you're in line of sight of this thing, and you cannot willingly move closer to it.
Right.
All right. Akashaba.
What's the rule? So if I'm frightened and I have to run, he doesn't get an attack of opportunity?
Actually, you don't have to run. You can bonus action disengage. I'm sorry. You can take an action to disengage because you're not a rogue.
Okay, so I thought if I was frightened, I had to like instinctively run away from it.
No.
No.
You're just scared and suck at stuff while you can see the thing that scared you.
Yeah, I was thinking of the fear spell, which is different. Frightened is only disadvantage on ability checks while he's in line of sight, and you cannot willingly move closer.
Okay. Akashiba is going to disengage.
Okay. That will be your action. He will not take an attack of opportunity on you.
Okay.
You have your full move.
Okay, so Akashiba is going to disengage to here.
Okay.
And what was the deal with rot? Like, I can't heal as long as I have the rot?
So the mummy rot, you cannot regain hit points. Here, let me read it real quick. The cursed target cannot regain hit points. Your hit point maximum is decreased for 24 hours.
I think lesser restoration should fix
The curse is removed. It lasts until removed by either time, the 24 hours, or remove curse spell.
Oh, it takes remove curse? Shit.
Yeah, I definitely got with that, so. Okay, yeah, so Akashiba leaves. That is his turn.
Rain shuts the door with her held action.
All right, the door is shut. Akashiba, you are no longer frightened. The mummy. Flix, you're up.
Well, I mean, it's trapped in there, right? He pops around the corner to like boom it again.
The door is shut.
Oh, all right. I lock the door again.
You bump into Rain. Ow!
Bonk. You lock the door.
All right. Did we get the thing? Do we have our magic?
We have a thing.
Akashiba, Rain, you regain your highest level spell slot.
Well, I get my highest level spell slot back too, right?
Yeah, I guess. No, it's fine. Yeah, you also regain your highest level spell slot.
Cool.
So, we regained a 4th level spell, took a bunch of damage, can't heal. You win some, you lose some.
I feel
spent
like
a 3rd level spell as part of that exchange.
Yeah, that's fair.
There was a way not to suffer all those negative consequences.
I think this is a good teaching moment here. That
Please,
maybe there's not a strong reason to murder every single undead that we see without any concern for our own safety.
Oh no, I disagree. That undead definitely deserves to die. Look what it did to Akashiba.
I think Rain's second point, and Akash was like holding his side, like looking like really fucked up. Rain's second point about no concern for well-being is probably what we take away from that one. Definitely murder undead. Maybe have better play next time. And that was poor thinking on my part.
I'll consider that a partial victory.
Akashiba, what are your max hit points right now?
So it's supposed to be my max HP is 52, and then it was supposed to be minus 15 to max HP, and I fucked it up. So
here, let me fix you, because you are you have like 15 hit points. So the override max hit points will actually set it to the number you place in there. So I'm going to put you back up to normal.
Okay.
Oh, there's still bees in those vines, by the way. So
how many actual hit points did you have, Akashiba?
Let me.
Because you got hit by the mummy's fist.
I was not at full health. Yeah.
So you got hit by 12. Okay, so it's 23. So I'm going to remove 23 hit points.
Yeah.
23 points of damage, which will put you at 27, and then your max hit points would be lowered by the mummy rot.
Yeah.
What did we roll for the mummy rot? 15?
Yeah.
Your max hit 52 minus 15 would be 37. Your max hit points would be, is that right? Does that sound right? Yeah, 37. So your max hit points would be 37, so you have currently 27 out of 37 hit points.
Okay, sounds better.
Well, so the exciting thing here is there anything we can do about that? Because if Akashiba goes down again, we can't bring him back as he is first.
No, I mean, I've got another healing potion. We can just kind of...
My understanding is he cannot be healed.
He can't be healed.
Yeah, literally can't be healed.
Oh.
So...
He's got the mummy rot.
He'll just bleed out on the floor if he were to go down again.
So we'll have to try to avoid that then,
Yes, only way in truth I can heal the issues with long rest, but it seems unlikely here.
Well, it seems necessary now, which is rather unfortunate.
That's about accurate summary of where we are.
Yeah.
Could also just, abandon me and go and try and two-person this event.
We would never abandon you.
I feel like the risk the risk to continuing on as we are is greater than the risk to stop and rest at this point.
Yeah, it's mostly just feel bad. I admittedly did not handle that situation well.
Don't feel bad. And like I said,
no, you
honestly,
absolutely should feel bad, but that's not the point. The point is...
Stop being honest, Rain. This isn't the time.
Oh, stop it, Flix. We need to go find a safe place to rest, because I don't want Ekshiba to bleed out on the floor, even if it's not for realsies.
I agree.
Okay, let's go find space then, I guess.
And to be perfectly honest, Akasha, but I'd rather not do this nonsense at all than do it without you.
Yeah, you wanted to do the hunt. This is your opportunity to be the big bugbear on campus, right?
Rain, you have found a ring upon the ground.
Oh, that wasn't the power thing?
No. Would you like to identify it with a simple Arcana roll?
Sure.
Ooh, what's that? The light will tell me.
Oh, excellent.
Oh, or Rain will. No, the light will.
You don't even see it because she's invisible.
He can sense it with his Fey magics.
Shut up, you can't. That's not how this works. That's not how any of this works.
I mean, narratively it does. We've already established.
Rain, this ring is warm under your touch, and you feel yourself bolstered simply by its presence. Rain, I will give you two options. You can keep this ring for the rest of the dungeon, and it will infer a +2 bonus to your armor class, or you may destroy it now, offer it as an offering to the Ascended to remove Akashiba's mummy rot.
Oh, well...
Perhaps a prayer to your gods, Akashiba, and a willing sacrifice can make all your dreams come true.
I mean, Akashiba will still be wrecked.
This is one way you can use the offering ability.
Yeah, Rain, just do that thing you really don't
Well,
like.
wait a minute. If that's true, then can't we use this amulet that I got earlier for the same purpose?
Yes, you may.
Let's do that then. Rain, we should probably give that amulet. If it does what you say it does, did you tell us what it did?
No, at this point, Rain has taken a cursory examination of it and is trying to find a suitable place to rest. But now we've complicated that matter. So this ring gives some protections that are, I think, particularly valuable. Makes you harder to hit, as she eyes Ekshiba, which he can't see, but hopes that the glare is felt, nevertheless. Or I guess we can do some mumbo jumbo of offering it to these fake gods or whatever of this place.
Well, they're demigods. They're god enough. And what would that accomplish?
Well, might heal him, cure him. I don't know. That's really Ekshiba's territory.
Wait, are you sure that would work?
Absolutely not.
Well, if we were going to do that, why don't we just use this amulet that I found instead? If all it takes is a sacrifice and a heartfelt request for assistance.
I don't even remember what the amulet does.
It's a clockwork amulet. You take 10.
On a single ability check once. Which is way fucking less useful than +2 to AC for one of us.
Well, this is Ekshiba's thing, so it seems reasonable to me. We're still... Well, we're a little bit better off than we were if we're able to get rid of his mummy rod, I think. Also, that really looks bad, Ekshiba. At the very least,
he's so dry.
to clean that out with like some water or something.
Makashiba like still holding his side. No, nice. I'm fine.
Your mouth begins to become as dry as paper, a desert.
Yeah, you're not fine.
Maybe not like totally fine.
Your eyes begin to become scratchy, desiccated from the inside out.
Well, would we like to rest, or would we like to make sacrifices to gods?
I will make a sacrifice. Kia, I saw you in visions twice, and you seem to be one of the smarter, cooler heads in the room, and no one ever listens to you. I'll listen to you, and I'd like your help getting rid of the disease that is afflicting my friend Kashiba. If you have a little healing to spare, well, we wouldn't look askance at that either. He, cracks an eye open. Is the amulet still there? Did it work?
The amulet glows with a brief bluish-green light and begins to dissolve into motes of light. The motes begin to float up into the ceiling and disappear, leaving nothing behind. And then, like a gentle, calming rain, the lights begin to settle back down into Akashaba. Akashaba, your mouth begins to once again produce saliva as your mummy rot is cured.
Ah, my mouth is moist once more.
And, since Flix made a prayer to Kyo, Akashaba, I will allow you to gain the use of... Let's see. On your next melee attack, you may make another melee attack immediately after if you hit.
Nice.
Double dome. I will give you a brief haste marker to show that you are hasted by Kyo's blessing. You don't regain any hit points. Kyo is not known for that sort of thing, but he's a clever and fast fighter, and you feel his swiftness under your, fur? Your mummy rot is cured. Your maximum hit points go back to their original level. I will set your hit points back to 52. However, you do not heal anything, so you still have 27 current hit points.
Okay.
All right. And you should be good. The offering is successful.
Akashaba, maybe you should put this on as well.
Oh, delete the amulet, by the way.
Yeah, working on it.
Like a small golden ring, just materializes in front of you. Rain puts it in your hand.
What is Akashba as he's sliding it on? What does the ring do precisely?
It's gonna make you harder to hit, which, frankly, you're very, very easy to hit. Which is
because I'm so big.
Yes, but that's also kind of problematic for the purposes of keeping you alive. So maybe this will help with that.
Well, it doesn't help when I make stupid decisions either, does it?
No, that doesn't help either, but I can't fix that.
Akashi's trying to joke, he's trying to make this self-deprecating.
Well, I mean, to be perfectly honest, I think it was your anger, your hatred that caused you to make the bad decision, so maybe that's the heart of the thing, rather than just the decision-making process to begin with. Would anyone care for some of this sausage? He says, gnawing on a Goliath sausage.
Okay, real quick, I need to put on this ring. Hold on. Inventory, equipment. What is the ring called?
Oh, so for now, Akashba, it's not a physical ring, but if you put it on in spirit, consider your armor class 2 higher than it is now.
Oh wow, 16. Oh.
Thumbs up.
I like how slowly through magical items we're making Akashba a feasible character.
Yeah, unfortunately, I think this one only lasts for as long as the dungeon, because it's a pretty powerful item.
Should we just maybe give an icon on his character, on his thing?
Christina and I both remember that seems probably all that we would.
Yeah, I mean, the other alternative to make sure we don't forget about.
No, I'll give him a little bit of a thing. Let's see. Shield. There we go. That's a good one.
Yeah, it seems good.
Nice.
I like it.
God wills it.
Wait, are you not already using a shield?
I have a shield, yeah.
Oh, okay. Oh, the shield icon. You could also just make a ring of protection +2 and pop that on.
It's not the same. That's also effectual saving throws.
Yeah, this is only AC.
Oh, I didn't realize. I thought the cloak of protection affected saving throws and the rings were only armor class.
Nope, they both do the exact same thing.
Let's go fight the bees.
Okay, so maybe we don't fight the bees. Maybe we explore the rest of this, or to be completely honest, that was a bit of a snafu, and I'm losing confidence in my theory that is where the crystal lies. So
I could just use spell to find where the crystal
Is true, big true.
Sick.
Coming from nowhere, huh?
Out of character, level 2 spell. I mean, yes, it's my last level 2 spell, but it seems like a pretty good use of our spells so that we stop walking into things.
How long does it last?
10 minutes.
All right. Well, I mean, it's up to you. What else can you cast? That's a level 2 spell.
Honestly, I've got a few things there. Spiritual weapon, low B, prayer of healing, hold person, create or destroy water, command, burning hands, one bless. So it's not like it's.
And your channel divinity.
Channel divinities are all used up, right?
Yep.
Oh. Yeah. Sedge.
Pretty much. So to me,
I thought you used those all before our last short rest, though. I thought channel divinity came back on a short rest. I could be wrong about that.
Channel divinity is long rest.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And like above board first, like Rain is going to have to take a long rest at some point. Unless
you both are incorrect. Channel divinity is a short rest.
Sorry, I was.
Yeah, I had a feeling.
We were talking about harness divine.
Oh, harness, yes. Yes. So your channel divinities come back, but harness divine power
is
only usable once per long.
I was just basically saying yes to you, or I was basically just saying that channel divinity was on long rest because I knew what you were talking about and I didn't want to have to correct you. Got it. But yeah, harness divine power, long rest, channel divinity, short rest, so we can definitely use more of that against bees.
Bees!
Yeah, but to the point Drew made above board, as it were, to me it's kind of a question of like, well, do I just want to use my last level 2 spell? Hopefully we dodge some fights. Or do we just want to keep like bumbling around in different rooms being like, Crystal, are you here?
I mean, I'm up for it. I just wanted to make sure that you weren't losing. I was checking the opportunity cost.
I mean, it sucks. Like, I don't enjoy not having my level 2 spells, but like, it's kind of a question of like, well, would I hold a burning hands because we're in another dumb fight? Says the owner of dumb fights in this party. Okay, no, it's fine. Maybe we take a short break anyway from being in fights, and I just use the light to tell me where Crystal is.
I mean, if you think that will work.
I do like the idea of going into whatever fight might be immediately preceding the crystal with as much as we have at our disposal, rather than being, harried through the rest of this and then having to scrape something by at the end.
Okay, Flix, can you give me crystal real quick?
Certainly. I fish out the first crystal.
Akashima takes it, kind of like rolls it around in his hand, looks at it, gets like a really good feel for how it looks and feels, and gives it back to Flix, and casts locate object on this crystal.
You feel the resonance of the crystal radiating directly, literally to the south. It's close.
Yeah. It looks like we have to go down south hallway. Could we make sure it is not trapped?
I will do my best. There's definitely a stray dart hanging around down there, which suggests some sort of danger. Kaja, Rain, you're still invisible, aren't you?
I am. I assume it has not been an hour.
It has not been an hour.
The lights favored my efforts, may it favor yours. Actually, I can't do that because guidance is concentration, right?
Correct.
Yeah, I've got my hex up for free, so I'm going to keep that.
Rain will investigate the hallway.
Excellent roll. You look at the walls, notice no irregularities. Seemingly no pressure plates on the floor. That dart is alarmingly suspicious, but you see no mechanism that could have fired it off from this angle.
I mean, basically, like the way she investigates, she kind of like slowly moves forward as she clears. So her investigation kind of ends with her here if she didn't find any traps.
Okay. There are no traps up to that point.
And Flix was following about 10 feet behind.
Okay. Again, Rain is invisible, so, but
Oh, right. Okay, then I would not know that.
she will whisper back. Seems clear to the end of the hallway. Can she take a look at this dart here and like get anything off of it? Like, it doesn't seem all the way to the dart. It doesn't seem like there's anything.
Nope.
Right,
a red feathered dart sticks out of the ground. One moment.
She just like steps right there and picks it up.
Rain, from down the hall to the west, you hear. One moment.
Did you just step out into the hall?
You did.
I mean, I said I was looking for traps. I didn't see any traps the whole way down, so she walked up to the dart. That's what I explained. So I didn't see this trap.
This trap is also extremely far away from you. Rain. Oops.
I mean, she was looking for things like pressure plates and stuff like that, so she didn't see anything like that, so she stepped out here.
Alright, that's fair.
Make me a dexterity saving throw, please.
I can't detect infrared traps, it's not really a thing. Sometimes you just gotta trust. I don't think that's a save. I roll really shitty on dex saves, which is pretty disappointing.
Rain, what's your armor class?
Right now it would be 19.
19? Okay, I'm going to roll this with a disadvantage. I'm mathing. Does a 14 hit your armor class? No?
Nope.
Alright, from the west part of the hall, you hear the and another arrow begins to rocket towards your location. You, being invisible, and also very blurry, swiftly dodge the dart, and it lodges itself in the wall down here. And you see very, very far, actually, you cannot see further than here, so you do not see where the darts have originated from.
Rain takes the dart with her and backs up.
I'll peek around the corner without exposing myself.
Flix, your vision allows you to see at the very end of the hallway 2 pointy, dart-expelling contraptions, each radiating a fine mist of green magic.
So we can either go down that hallway where the mysterious death arrows are coming from, or we can try the hallway above us. I suspect that... Well, actually, come to Flix, but don't go past Flix. Where's your locate object telling you... Where's your spell telling you the crystal is now?
I bet it's telling him that it's directly to the west, and I see a spatter of blood that I think...
Flix, I did ask Ekshaba. He has the spell up. Maybe we should actually just let him tell us.
Oh, yeah, yes, of course. I'm sorry.
Where do I sense it, Christina?
You sense the presence of the crystal directly to your west.
Okay. Yeah,
So-
he like holds up a paw and like points to the west.
Okay, so it seems like it's on the other side of this wall here, yes?
Indeed.
Yeah.
So we need to find some way to get in there. We can either go down this hallway, or we can try the hallway just above us and see if either one is a better point of egress into whatever this space is here.
Well, you interrupted me while I was interrupting. And what I was saying is that there's a spatter of blood just to the west. And I think there might be something there.
Flix, make me an investigation check, please. With advantage.
Nice. And of course the light will guide. Actually, the light will not.
The light will not guide you, or else you're going to lose hex.
Yep, it might be worth it, honestly, because my investigation sucks with it.
Choose now.
Nope. Yep.
All right.
just can't tell. We're gonna have to go into that hallway. I think I need your eyes, Rain. But I can try to disarm the traps at the end of the hallway, he says, and zips down to the end of the hallway as fast as he can, ducking and dodging as he goes.
Alright, Flix, make me a dexterity saving throw. Flix, you failed. One
Sure
moment.
do.
Flix, what's your armor class?
My armor class is a 16.
You lucky bastard. An arrow flips out. And you're like, holy shit! Mid-air dodge, matrix dodge. The arrow's feather on the butt was too old and crumbled, causing the arrow to go awry. You lucky bastard.
Hell yeah. Ugh,
Flix,
really?
make me a dexterity saving throw.
Is that good enough?
And you succeed. Very narrowly dodging the apparatus. And it will expel additional arrows in your direction. However, you have still failed to disarm the trap completely.
Yes.
And after your next action, it will fire another arrow.
Can I try to disable this one by brute force the same way as the last one? With pythons?
You can with disadvantage.
That's never gonna happen, but I've got to try it. And this one is proving intractable.
That's pretty good with disadvantage.
That's some pretty good disadvantage.
That's Christina level disadvantage.
And the tried and true method of taking the, the slap on and slapping it on the water jug to prevent the leak. That's basically what you're doing with Python. You just kind of shove them in the arrow trap.
I spent all that time learning about how these stupid mechanisms work, and this technique always ends up working better. It's ridiculous.
Just break it, forehead. Flix, you successfully disarm the poison dart trap.
Alright, I don't think any more darts will come flying down the hallway. It should be safe to investigate now.
Rain will step out into the middle of the hallway.
Rain, you do not die immediately.
This way.
Akashima is just kind of like following the sound of your voice.
I guess this is where Rain stops. I think this is what Flix was pointing out.
Yes, I saw the blood stain. It looks to me like there's something there, but I couldn't find it.
That probably not gonna find it.
Rain, on the ground, you see a fresh blood stain.
Or unless I get advantage or something for Flix pointing it out, but that's it. That's all I got.
Akashima, you're very handsome.
Nice. Akashima walks up to Flix, keeping a healthy distance, but...
Flix to your north appears to be a cave-in. Massive boulders are strewn about, blocking line of sight and access to the north. However, there are crevasses that are small enough for you to wriggle your tiny fairy body through, if you so desire.
Yeah, well, I mean, I can also squeeze through any gap that's like an inch wide.
That's literally what I just said.
Oh, I thought you meant, because I was 2 feet tall, I could squirm through with, athletics or something.
No, you're a fairy. You can squeeze through keyholes.
Yeah. Well, I can see what's through here.
Okay.
Yes.
Did I just suddenly take damage?
Yeah, that's weird.
What's that?
Your hit point, Akashima's hit points just decreased.
Yeah, I
for some reason.
refreshed my D&D Beyond page, and now I'm back at 12 of 37 HP.
You should have 27. I'm in your character sheet, so I might have altered you. 1 second. I'm going to refresh you on your character sheet. You have 27 hit points, and your dude currently has 27 hit points. Yeah, you're good. I think it's just because we are both broadcasting your character to the VTT. I will stop doing that. I was just trying to fix your max hit points.
Flix squeezes through. I'm going to try to be sneaky so I don't pop out in the middle of a fight, but...
Flix, make me a stealth check.
You know what? Light. Even though I can't invoke you magically, you've been a good ally.
All right, Flix, one moment.
The light's really getting to the root cause of your issues, which is that your dice just suck.
Yeah,
it's really
but
been
it seems
helping
that
out
when I
there.
invoke the light, this is a problem.
That was great.
I don't know what happened, but I love it. Oh.
Well done. Now let's see to your leg.
They don't see me.
They do not. Oh, actually, I haven't rolled for them yet. Hold on. Hold on. I need to make this a private roll because I don't want to spoil this for the people who are not in here. Well, fails.
The jury will ignore that last remark.
Been stricken from the record.
Flix. The people you see in this room do not appear to see you. This one is tending to this one's wounds.
How bad off does she look?
Insight check.
19.
After a brief prayer from this one, she appears to be completely fine.
Oh, I meant beforehand, because I was wondering if I could spring a sneak attack and down her before the healing went off.
Only lightly damaged.
Okay. Well, scratch that plan then.
There. That should be better.
Remember, Rain, I can't communicate with you unless you message me.
Sure. Rain's not communicating with you because she has her invisibility up, so.
Oh, gotcha.
I feel much better now after our rest. Flix, what languages do you speak?
I speak Common, Elvish, Sylvan, Thieves' Cant, and Undercommon. Aren't they freaking elves? Why am I not understanding them?
They're hobgoblins.
Oh, that's annoying.
Only one person speaks Goblin here, and it's your boy.
Is this door over here open or closed?
It's closed. It actually appears to be barricaded.
Barricaded?
Mm-hmm.
Like they barricaded themselves in?
Yes.
Oh, because they were resting. Are these normal torches?
Nothing in the hunt is normal, if you want an exact answer.
Like, could I snuff them by normal means, is what I'm asking.
Oh, you may try, but they are magical torches.
Okay. And they're just hanging out? They're not doing nothing? I poke them with a stick. Come on, do something.
No, they appear to be conversing softly in a language you don't understand.
Alright, well, since I can't communicate with them, I'm going to squeeze back through.
Wait, hold on. I didn't squeeze you all the way. There you go.
Like, very quietly. Keep your voices down. I don't know how well the sound will carry through these rocks. Come over here. And I head to the east. Alright. Echo and Ava? Is that her name? Ava?
Yeah, Ava.
Echo and Ava are in a room to the north. It looks like they just finished recovering from a battle. They're both fully healed. I don't know how much magical ability Ava has left. And they've barricaded the door to the east, which in the snake chamber would have been the door to the southwest.
So we need a way to get into that door then.
Or we remain here and create an illusory wall just to our east, wait for them to open this door, and then ambush them.
This is a door?
Well, it's something. I can tell it's something. I just can't figure out how to open it.
That is correct.
Did you try looking at it?
He did. He can't. He's having some issues figuring it out.
Oh.
He rolled pretty lowly. Pretty low.
Yeah, I can see the seams. I just can't figure out how to open it.
Well, I mean... Or we could try to get into the door up top and catch them by surprise. What's in...
I mean, I've told you that they're barricaded in there. What part of barricade do you not understand?
I mean, barricades can be broken, but sure, okay. Were you able to see in the room where the crystal supposedly is?
No. That room does not lead to the location where the crystal is.
Oh, so they're not about to snatch the crystal.
No. At least not as far as I could tell.
So we still need to find some way in here.
Oh my gosh, but is the crystal northeast of us from where we stand?
DM?
Akashaba, you sense the crystal to the northeast of you.
Yes, it is right there.
Yes, they don't have it yet.
Is there a way to climb over rocks to get to where they are?
Not without alerting them and making a great deal of noise. Just as a precaution, I do create an illusory wall right here.
Okay. Right there? Okay.
Yep.
One moment. You all hear some faint sounds. Like things being drug across the sandstone tile.
Well, to the north of us? Like, where's it coming from?
To the north of you. The sound appears to be emanating, at least from this area, because the rocks are not like a perfect seal. You can hear the sound more echoing through here.
Sounds like they're getting to the crystal.
They're not. They're removing the things that were barricading the door, and they're likely to come this way any moment. My plan when they come this direction is to charm... oh my god, the red-skinned bugbear's name, what's her name?
Echo.
My plan is to attempt to calm Echo while the rest of us bring down Ava as quickly as possible. Then we can finish off Echo immediately after that, if the charm takes. Otherwise, I suggest we prioritize Ava anyway.
And we know for sure they're coming this way.
We don't.
Right.
But if they do, we have a plan.
Okay.
Ready fireball in case they appear.
Yes, either way, get behind us, Akashaba, since you're wounded.
Akashaba is actually just going to prepare an action to, like, if someone appears here, to throw a fireball.
Not that direction. They're going to come from this direction.
So
they're not going to be able to. Yeah, they're not going to be able to get through this rumble. Right now, they're clearing a barricade from here, and they might come this way.
They were clearing the barricade from there.
Right. And you know that there's an illusory wall that we can see through hazily from the sud, right across here.
Okay, then Akashba is going to prepare a fireball. Yeah, here. So might want to stand a bit back then.
Everybody make me a perception check. All right. Clicks, you hear potentially something. One moment. It's supposed to be public. Flix, you hear. And let's see. Josh rolled 10, Flix rolled 23, Rain. Flix and Rain, you hear soft leather footfalls padding down from the north, trying to be soft and stealthy, but crunching under the sand.
And I will go over to Akashaba and I say, remember, we want to let them open the door, then ambush them. Right.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know, Christy, if there's like any formality to this, but I am preparing an action to cast Fireball.
Okay. If you surprise them and they do not notice you, you will get a surprise round on them unless they have some way of warning themselves to danger.
Okay.
Otherwise, combat will be treated as normal if you both are aware of each other's presence.
Got it.
And don't forget that if you dome them during the ambush round, that you get an additional 2d6 to your attack.
Well, that
Damage.
Fireball is probably not, unfortunately, going to do that, but...
Yeah, that's true.
Oh, okay.
So is the contingency for that fireball them appearing and opening the door, or are you going to ignore Flix and just Zorch them as soon as they appear?
I was just planning as soon as they appeared, I was just going to Zorch them.
Akashaba?
Yeah.
Let's see. 1 second.
I do see her on the board, by the way.
You do. Yep, I do see that. And let us see, are you all trying to be stealthy?
Yeah.
Just a reminder, the only problem with that is that we were completely unsuccessful in opening the door. So
Should we roll stealth check then?
Yes, please. Jesus. Akashaba, 21. Rain, 25.
Rain is still invisible as well.
I already made a stealth check earlier, I think.
You made one when you were stealthy peering in 10 minutes ago.
Yeah,
it was a very long time ago. 9. Excellent. Wait, that's sleight of hand. Roll again.
Oh, oops.
I mean, you probably have advantage
it's
because
the
you're
same.
behind the wall, too,
honestly,
right?
Christina, it's the same bonus. It would be kind of
I don't. Nope, that doesn't count if you do not roll the exact ability.
All right.
That has always been the rule in my games, and it will continue to be so.
Okay.
Much better. So here is what we'll decide. The surprise
we should
round.
have advantage because we're on the opposite side of a wall hiding us anyway.
You all rolled incredibly well. Yes. Okay, Akashaba has advantage anyway. Rain is invisible, so you would be the only one rolling with advantage. Roll
And
again.
we'll just say that the roll that I made, where I rolled the 9 and the 25, was rolling for advantage. That seems
No! Roll again!
Okay.
No! We don't say that. No one says that.
All right.
Okay, 25.
Okay.
Okay, so this is, they will peer around the corner. Okay. Ooh. Does a 22 beat anybody? Ooh, Akashaba's. Akashaba, you speak Hobgoblin, correct?
Yeah.
Oh, sister, I hear something. Okay, you are both parties are aware of the other parties. Akashaba, we're going to start traditional combat. One moment.
Well, they still can't see us.
They can't see you, no. I didn't say they could. But combat is starting now that you are aware of them, and they are aware of something over there. It will now be a tense moment. You may all roll initiative.
Okay.
You know what? Flix with a 21, Rain with a 20, Akashaba with a 10. I'm going to roll a delightful players here. Excellent. It is top of the round, and Ava's keen ear heard something from down the hall. She whispers a warning to her sister.
But she rolled a 20.
And rolled a massive, fat 20.
God damn it. This ambush would have been so cool. Alright, well.
Let's see, 1 second. Akashaba, in Hobgoblin you hear whispered words of a prayer, fervent. Spirits of life, come to my aid.
He looks over at Flix and like kind of like puts his hand together in prayer and like gestures in the direction where he thinks they are.
Flix nods.
And Ava casts Spirit Guardians, centered on herself.
We can see that, right? Like that's a visual.
Yeah,
we
it's
can
very
see.
obvious.
Oh yeah. Spirits of life begin to swirl around Ava and Echo.
Right, and we would also, just because Akasha's done this a few times now, recognize the spell.
Ava's look significantly different. Hers look like a cross between like plants and seedlings, essences of life, glimmers and glints of aqua of the borealis as she channels its magic itself. Flix, you are up.
Bold of her to cast such a powerful spell with not even knowing what they're up against.
Seems good.
Yeah. I'm preparing an action to shoot the fuck out of Ava when she shows her face.
Alright, prepared in action. Flix, does that end your round?
I can't see anything else, so it will have to.
Right?
Unless I can see her. Can I see her? Because like she's visible to me, but that might be an artifact of the map.
She's not visible to you.
Okay. Yeah, that'll have to be my action.
Okay. Rain, you're up. You are invisible.
Rain will.
Ah! Where'd my NPC go? There she is. Jesus.
Rain will make an insight check on Echo, because she can see Echo.
Okay. What would you like to know?
Let's do... Does she have any special attacks?
Oh, yes. Would you like to know a trait, a bonus action, an action? Armor class, hit points, vulnerabilities.
Guess I'll just go ahead and go with hit points for right now.
All right.
I feel like most of the time I actually get an action. Like it's not anything that's relevant, so I always feel like it's a bust. Hit points is never a bust.
Rain, does that end your round?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. Next up, Echo presses her back against the wall here, peering around the corner. Akashaba, you're the only one who understands. I don't see anything. You hear the distinct metallic sound that you heard previously. Akashaba, you see Echo pulling out a massive greatsword from her back. Akashaba, you're up.
Okay, let's see. Akashaba is going to basically throw the fireball. Yeah, could I do this? Could I put it here, or do I need to be here?
I can't clip the corner.
So yeah, we can put it here, basically. Okay. Yeah, so he is going to throw a level 4 fireball.
Alright, how big of a radius do you need? 20 foot?
Let's see, just to be sure. Yes.
20? Okay. 20, and I'm gonna make it very nice red color. Alright, where do you want this bad boy?
Yeah, I would say put it one more up. Yeah, I think that's the best I can do.
Alright, let's see it.
Okay.
Oh! DC...
That's a pretty good roll.
That's a pretty good roll. Alright, DC 13 dexterity saving throw. Dex, yeah. Fails. Ava takes
Nice.
full damage.
She also has a roll against concentration for her spell now.
Succeeds. Echo succeeds.
Okay.
So Echo takes half, which is going to be 18. And Ava takes the full 36 and has to maintain concentration. Why is it doing this? Okay, so half of the damage. Let's see.
I think it's a DC 18 con save to maintain concentration. That was beefy.
Yeah, it's a big fireball. All right. One moment.
It's either 10 or half of the damage, whichever's higher, right?
Yeah.
Yes. And concentration checks are a... Oh my god, I forgot.
Con save.
It's a con save? Okay.
Yep.
I'm like, I always forget. Okay. Just as a thing. Ava's a warcaster, so she has an advantage on Constitution saving throws to maintain her concentration on a spell.
Makes sense.
She's rolling with advantage.
Does not make it.
And does not make it. Her Spirit Guardians goes down. Ah! Akashaba, does that end your round?
Yeah, Akashaba is going to take a step back. Oh, actually, no, I can't see them. Akashaba's not. Yeah, that's gonna end my turn.
Alright, top of the round. Ow! Fire? What is this? One moment. Spirits of life, heal me and my sister. Please don't do this to me today.
Did she beat me on initiative?
She did. She casts Aura of Vitality. She's emanating a healing aura in a 30-foot radius. And she uses a bonus action to cause a creature within the aura to regain 2d6 hit points, which she uses on herself. Boop.
Well, that's a better concentration spell than what she had up, I guess.
Flix, you're up.
All right. Okay.
Can Akashaba talk?
Yep, talking is a free action.
Okay. Flix, guardian spirits are down. You can get in close.
Flix nods quickly. All right. Yep. Technically, I was stealthed. If they are aware of us but not aware of me specifically, I can still sneak attack, right?
One moment. Sorry, I'm doing something with. 1 second. 1 second.
I think the only thing they're also aware of at the moment is that
There.
fireball hit them.
Yeah. a large fireball just came in contact with their face. I am trying. Oh my god, my client is being very buggy, and I would like it to immediately stop. All right, I'm gonna get rid of that. I just had to make Ava's healing aura. Let's see. They only perceived. Yeah, so you get advantage on this one, and you'll get sneak attack. Flix.
All right.
Did you hear that?
Yep.
Okay.
5, 10, 15, 30.
Well, I need to refresh my client. 1 sec. My thing's a little buggy.
All right. Yep. I go here.
I broke the client. There we go. Significantly better.
And you know what? I have to. Yeah, I have to use my bonus action to make space.
Who are you attacking?
Oh, definitely Ava. I hit Ava with a sneak attack.
Alright, 24 hits for 20 damage.
Yeah. And I should be out of range of Giz for the attack of opportunity. So yeah, I peek around the corner, launch a bolt at Ava, and then I still have 15 feet of movement, so 5, 10, 15. I'm gonna go over here. So terribly sorry, Ava. And she has to make another concentration check, which I'll probably make. The DC's only 10.
Okay. Concentration with advantage. Makes it.
Still wastes that healing that she did. And I'd like to make an insight check on her.
Alright, go ahead. What would you like to know?
I'd like to know how many hit points she's got left.
Alright. Alright. Flix, does that end your round?
No, I also say Ava's right behind Echo. Although my compatriots are still hidden behind the illusory wall that I've got right here. I've done nothing to break the concentration on that spell yet. Okay. That ends my turn.
I'm like, where'd my combat tracker go? Rain, you're up.
Okay. Rain is going to start whistling her blade song. That's her bonus action. And she's going to get to 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40. She's going to get right here. And then she is going to cast haste on herself. So her invisibility drops at this point.
Okay.
And she is now a blur as she takes the rest of her movement to get around, basically bounce right over here to Ava.
Okay.
And she will take an attack.
Echo takes a reaction.
Okay.
Ava, look out! She spends a reaction to gain +3 armor class against one melee attack that she can see. She
That's just for her, it looks like.
Wait, hold on. I have 1 second.
You spend your action to gain one. Oh.
That's actually really cool. It's like armor
maybe.
shield? The hell? I hope that has limited usage.
Oh wait.
I mean,
No,
it's
that
not
is actually
stated
only on herself. Sorry, continue.
Okay, well, for the 24 hit Ava,
24 hits.
she takes 12 piercing damage. Roll an insight. Nope. That is Rain's turn.
All right. Echo turns to Rain. I don't think so. You're my quarry now.
Uh-oh.
She's going to try and goad you to attacking her.
Well, she's gotta hit first,
I know
right?
she has to hit first, so.
Targets who's made all attack rolls against targets other than. Okay, cool.
That's cool, though.
Alright, she swings with her greatsword.
Keen. That is a keyword I have not seen in a long time.
That is a name I have not heard in a long time.
An 11?
That is a miss.
Alright. He attacks again.
That was also a miss.
Okay. Ah! Ah! She surges.
Sure, yeah. That's a miss.
Ah! Ikashaba, you're up.
Let Echo smash. 2, 6, movement, and a measure here. Okay. Akashba is going to change back to not the measurement tool and cast Bless.
All right. Bless is on you, Rain, Flicks.
And Akashba yells out in almost like a kind of sheepish voice in Hobgoblin. Nothing personal, ladies.
I totally understand.
And that's the end of my turn.
All right. Top of the round, Ava.
Insight.
Oh, I'll allow one.
Nice.
Who are you inciting?
I can actually only relate to Echo. So.
Oh, okay. What would you like to know?
I guess any weaknesses.
She has no weaknesses. You may ask another question.
Special abilities.
A trait, a bonus action, or an action?
Bonus action.
Okay. Echo has third, possibly fourth wind. And she can potentially do a lot of healing.
Nice. Good for Echo.
No, not good for Echo.
Look, I respect my fellow hobgoblins.
You're a bugbear!
Aren't I basically a hobgoblin?
That's no, they're very different. That's kind of racist.
Okay, nerds.
Wow.
I'm sorry, I don't know the different goblin.
Ava spends a bonus action to activate her aura of life.
Roll 3. Suffer as I have suffered.
No.
Do it. May your 2d6 rolls forever be less than 6. Ugh.
Recovers 10 hit points for herself and one other person in the aura.
Hey, Flix could use that actually. You wanna heal Flix?
Yeah, you don't get that. Sorry.
Hi, Frey.
And she is going to attempt to cast Hold Person on Rain. Oh my god, why do you know spell slots? Okay.
You gonna counterspell that, right?
I mean, yes.
Freeze in your tracks.
We will go ahead and we'll cast Counterspell.
She is going to cast it at 4th level.
Good.
She's targeting you and Flix.
Oh. Okay. Let's see.
You need to beat a DC 14 with an intelligence check.
I think I do that.
Okay. Hold Person is counterspelled. Ah!
Well, so much for your 4th level spell slot.
Mage is unraveling my magic. I've already used a bonus action, and that so can't really move. Okay. Flick, Flix, you're up.
All right. I am going to use my hex things. My Hex Warrior's Curse.
I'm sorry. Rain, you're no longer invisible.
No, I'm not. I'm hasted instead. I guess we didn't switch over the thingy. Oh, there we go. Thanks.
Yeah, you can
Wait,
see it. All
when
right,
did you
yeah,
cast haste? I don't.
I said I casted haste right here.
Yeah.
Like when I got to the end of the hall.
I don't see it in the history at all.
I mean, you don't
Question
have
mark?
to click it.
I mean, you do because when you click it, it spends your spell slot.
I spent the spell slot because I'm down 2 spell slots.
Okay.
Did it get deleted maybe?
I didn't see it cast, which is why I was confused.
Yeah, I click spell slots without it showing in the VTT all the time. Like when I cast Hex and whatnot.
Well, I had all of my 3rd level spell slots after the mummy, and I'm down 2 now from a counter spell and a haste. So
Okay, that's totally fine. I just
I
did not remember you casting haste, so forget.
No, it's a good call. I'm
and also, if you do haste, you do need to like mark yourself as hasted or put it in VTT.
Sure.
All right, continue.
All right,
Flix.
I am going to Hexblade's Curse on Ava.
Okay.
And I linked it so that you can see what it does.
Target's cursed. You gain bonus to damage rolls. Is a crit on a 19 or 20. Okay. She is cursed.
Does a 17 hit her?
Give bless. Bless.
Oh, thank you for... does a 20 hit her?
20 hits.
All right. Well, she takes 24 damage.
All right.
And needs to make another concentration check against DC 12 this time.
All right, concentration with advantage. 12.
Oh, she
just makes it.
just makes it. All right, and yeah, I'm going to move.
Flix, does that end your
Actually,
round?
you know what? No, it doesn't. I'm gonna go here, and
Okay.
I'm actually gonna drop to here, so that I'm flanking with Rain if Rain wants to attack Echo.
All right, sounds good. Rain, you're up.
Rain does not want to attack Echo, but she will. Maybe she will. She's gonna start off with Ava. First attack with Flame Blade. Nope, that's a natural 1.
Oof.
So no Flame Blade.
Okay.
Second attack is a 16 hit. Oh. 20.
And we know
20 hits.
Takes 10 points.
Okay.
And hasted attack.
A 14 will miss.
14, 15, 16, 17.
That will hit.
So she takes another 8 piercing damage.
All right.
And I think we'll leave it at that. Yeah, we will leave it there. Technically, I guess she needs to make 2 concentration saves, I guess.
Yep, 1 for each.
Both would be to beat 10, I guess.
Okay. Succeeds. Succeeds.
Cool. And it's Rain's turn.
All right. Next up, Echo. One moment. Let's see if we surge. You do not regain the surge.
Oh shit, she gets to do that each turn. That's great. Or potentially. She gets to recharge it, whatever.
Is this the first one Christina's failed? To recharge?
It might be.
Flicks. Echo levels her greatsword and swings it in a mighty arc. Blade storm!
Oh, alright.
Flicks.
Well, I
right?
wouldn't have. I definitely would not have flanked with you if I knew that this was nonsense was going to happen. DC 16 or AC 16. I might shield if.
27.
Well, I can't shield that, so I guess I take it.
Nope, I take it too.
Well, is it a separate attack roll against each person?
Oh, sure.
It's one attack roll for every person. It's not separate. It's an AoE. It's an AoE attack.
I mean, then it hits.
All right. Both of you take 19 damage
Holy fuck.
as she swings it in a mighty arc.
See, I wish marshals had stuff like this in reality. Like, that's actually really cool. All right.
And then she points at Rain. You! Me! Now! Make a wisdom saving throw.
She has to hit me.
She did.
Oh, she just. Oh, that counts?
She just did, bitch!
Alright, it's fine. Nope.
Yep. You made. Oh, well, yeah, you made your saving.
Right.
Is Echo. Okay. Da-da-da.
Well, actually, she has to make that at disadvantage against me. She didn't make it with disadvantage.
Oh, the attack roll? Yeah, that's
Yeah.
true.
Oh, even for AoE?
For anything.
I mean, it's an attack roll against me.
Okay.
I mean,
One moment.
I don't know. I think
Well, actually,
usually
no,
martial-
AoE would normally be a saving throw. So you usually don't get one or the other.
I will roll to see if I hit Rain. One more time. 18.
So that misses.
One moment. Let's see. She will try and saving face. Oh, fuck. Please.
So
She misses with an attack or a fail, and an ability check or saving throw. You can gain a bonus equal to the number of allies you could see, so she'll gain a +1. What about a 19?
19 misses. Rain is at 21.
Okay,
She
you
could
can
use
heal back
goad
that
on-
AoE hit points.
She could use goad on Flix, though. She hit Flix.
Yep, that is true. Alright, Rain, go ahead and heal back up your hit points, please.
What was it? 19?
No, it was 27. Oh, it was 19.
No, it was 19 for Blade Storm.
Yep.
She'll try and goad Flix.
Yeah, it's a wisdom saving throw.
Wisdom saving throw.
Oh.
Oh, wow. Succeeds. Alright.
Oh, we'll get to you. We've got to deal with your sister first.
Oh, leave her be! Akashaba, you're up.
Okay. Kashima's going to walk over here and cast Radiance of Dawn. So 13 con saving throw, or else take 25 damage. Sorry,
Wow,
this
that
is
was a great roll.
30-foot AoE.
Okay, we'll start with Echo.
No.
You said it's a con save?
Yep, con 13.
On 13. Fails. Echo takes 25.
Yeah.
Ava, con saves. One moment. Okay. Con save. Fails.
And drops.
Ava drops.
Basically, all this light like surges forth from Akashaba, and it's just too much. It's too bright.
Akashaba, does that end your round?
Akashaba is going to spend the last 10 feet of his movement to move back here. And that is the end of my insight.
Okay. Echo is the only one up. Go ahead.
Nope.
Not high enough.
And that is the end of my turn.
All right. Flix, you are up. Ava Falls, you regain hit points from your Hexblade's Curse.
I do. I heal for 6. All right, and I'm going to cast Hex on Echo. I'm going to Hex Echo's Strength.
Strength hexed.
Hell yeah. Okay. And then I'm going to shoot. Yes, I'm going to shoot her in the back. And she's facing...
Oh, she's facing you. She tried to goad you. Don't forget.
Well, then I shoot her in the face then.
That's fine.
For 19 damage.
All right.
And, oh, no. Ah, god damn it. That's why I was going to rapier her. Oh, whatever. I did not stab her, so I cannot move away without provoking an attack of opportunity, so I will stay where I am.
All right, does that end your round?
Insight.
Unfortunately, no. Rain, you're up.
Well, without Ava, your chances are slim. You could surrender.
I never!
Rain will take her full battery of attacks at advantage, since she's flanking. Because Flix didn't move away.
I put myself at great risk.
Yes.
Many
and that's an
Flixes
natural
sacrificed their
20.
lives with its advantage.
Oh! Yep, that hits.
Don't forget to double the flame damage die.
Let's just go ahead and take both of those rolls. So that second one's a 7, so it's 12 plus. What was that piercing damage? So my crit is a 19 total, 12 fire and 7 piercing. Is that what that was? Yeah. So 19 total.
Okay.
I mean, still.
Yeah. Just, one day I'd like my d8s to roll, something that's not like a 1 all the time. Second attack.
All right, Rain, don't forget you are blessed and hasted.
Yep.
Basted. Absolutely basted.
And hasted attack.
Jesus Christ!
An additional 12 and 9 for 21 piercing damage from 2 separate attacks.
All right. Oh God. Poor Echo's like, she tries to parry with her massive greatsword. Where are your blows coming from? 21. My tokens are like disappearing off the page. Anyway.
That is... that's it. That's all she does.
All right.
The big difference there, Flix, is the Keen Parry only works against a single attack, whereas Shield stays up.
Right.
So it is a big difference.
There's a huge difference, actually.
Echo's going to take her third, possibly fourth wind, draining her own life force. No, just kidding. She's trying to muster up the courage to continue. Her bloodthirst rising. She regains 8 hit points. That is her bonus action. And now she will surge, attempt to surge. Nope, does not regain her Hobgoblin surge. And, oh my god. We're gonna Blade Storm again!
Yes, roll as I have rolled. And
never! Woo! We're critting, boys!
Oh, that's bad. This is probably gonna down. This is gonna down Flix. Still has to roll at disadvantage against Rain, though.
This is for Rain. 26.
I think
that
even
hits.
a shield was not going to save you from that. Yeah, this is going to fuck us up.
This actually might this actually might instantly kill Rain.
I will end you!
Yep, so much for the hunt, guys.
Critical hit.
It's a lot of dice, so
it's
yeah, I think
14d4. So
oh Jesus!
38
wow,
damage from the Blade Storm. How dare
I'm not
you!
full up. I'm done.
Oh god. Guys! This is supposed to be a routine job!
I mean, look. Crits are, like, if it was 3d12, it would be dangerous, but when you have a bunch of d4s, like, the average damage on that is always going to be way higher than something that's big dice.
No, I get it. You're totally fine. I'm just like, holy shit, I thought we had this. I thought we were just like, finishing off the trash mob.
Yep, not anymore. And now you've got to make a really shitty con save to keep haste.
Yes. Well, so it was 38, so half of that is 19.
Yeah,
I actually have a plus 8. So I have to roll. Nope, haste drops.
Yep, your haste falls.
You have bless. You have
Oh,
bless.
bless.
Well, so it's actually bless actually gets there because I actually have an additional plus 3 from Blade Song.
You needed that real bad.
No, I only needed one from bless.
Oh, okay.
Because I have plus from Blade Song. That's not captured in that roll.
Oh,
very
okay.
nice.
Well,
Very
either
nice.
way, you needed to make that save because that would lose.
Yeah, no, the bless was clutch.
Insanely clutch. Akashiba, you see Echo swinging a greatsword in a massive arc, clipping Flix out of the air, and he falls to the ground in a fairy thump. Rain also gets clipped by the blade storm, her shimmering form coming into clear focus for a brief moment. Akashiba.
Blood sprays on the air.
Can I get like a bugbear version of the white guy blinking?
Bugbearblink.jpg? I'm sorry,
Just
.gif?
like, Akashiba what? Okay, yeah, so we are going to do...
I'm just looking at your buff. So you get a extra bonus attack, you have +2 AC, and you're blessed. Just wanna remind.
Okay, yeah. Okay, I'm going to use a level 3 Scorching Ray.
You could also heal Flix.
No!
That's an option. Just reminding you.
Okay.
Yeah, maybe later. I'll get to it.
Monkus!
Okay, so this is roll number 1. Does a 20 hit.
20 hits.
Alright, Scorching Ray number 1.
7 fire.
Yeah, Scorching Ray number 2.
20 hits. 3 fire.
No, sorry, that was just 23. I was just going.
Oh, 23. Forgive.
Okay.
8 fire. Okay, I'm just gonna -5 because I math. 12 misses. 15 misses.
Okay. And then final one. Okay.
Ow!
So 7.
7.
Yep. So what is it? 20.
It has all been applied.
Yep. Okay. And then, as a bonus action, no, actually, I'm pretty much out of spell slots. As a bonus action, Akashiba is going to. Oh god, I want to chug the last potion so bad. Okay, that's it. That's Akashiba's turn.
I'm just, as a gentle reminder, Flix is down, and he is going to make a death saving throw at the start of his turn.
Right, he has to fail 3, right?
Right, but if
Yeah.
I have hit points, then I can get up and fight.
Okay, so just to be clear, because last time I feel like this was not a thing with Kenny, I can just give him my potion and then and he's fine.
I don't know why you keep referring to the Kenny thing. It was fine before, and it is fine now. If he is down, you go up, and as a bonus action, you feed him a potion.
Okay. Why can't I select my dude? Okay, there we go. Okay, Akashiba walks up, and he is going to just pour this in like his tiny little fairy mouth.
Oh god.
Just pour it directly all over his face.
Pretty much.
Jesus!
Holy
And-
shit.
26 health.
It is the best potion you have ever tasted.
Yeah,
Plucked
it is.
cleanly from the
He actually just pulls out a
Some
Code Red
swamps.
Mountain Dew, and you're like, you take a sip of Code Red Mountain Dew, and you get 26 health back, and you're like, I have found the will to fight.
I'm pretty sure you pulled this out of the fountain, so it has a light taste of gelatinous cube.
Nope. Code Red, which is basically Code Red.
Yeah.
No, it actually tastes like slow. This actually came off of Grisha.
Oh!
Grisha, yeah.
Oh, the
So
good
it's,
shit.
it's Berry Blast, actually. It's Baja Blast Mountain Dew.
Baja Blast! Top of the round, round 5, Flicks. You are up, my friend.
Yeah, I am. I'm going to
What? How are you up?
reapply Hex to... Actually, no, I fell, so I just lost the spell. So instead, I'm going to stab.
Oh yeah, that hex is gone. Boop.
Did you also lose Bless?
Yep, you did.
No,
Yeah.
I don't lose Bless. I only lose Bless if you go down.
Oh, that's right. That's right.
Okay.
All right. So that's 14 damage.
Okay.
And then I'm going to immediately use that to zip up into the air. Actually, no, I'm not going to do that to zip up into the air. And then I'm going to shoot her in the back with my crossbow
Whoa, critical.
for another 13 damage.
Woo! Okay. It's getting close.
So that was 27 damage. And then, yeah, I'm going to fly up and away. And she gets no attacks of opportunity. Oops, that's supposed to be...
Damnable swashbucklers.
Yeah. I'm out of her melee reach here, correct?
10 feet with a great sword. Great sword reach is 5 feet. Yep.
Okay. Yeah. Sorry, Rain, I can't stick around and give you advantage anymore.
Yep. No,
That's
no
fine.
moss
I'm
flanking.
way too squishy.
Rain, you're up. You're blessed and hasted.
Oh, man.
Basted.
That hurt a lot.
I made that joke already. Fuck.
But she's really close.
What? Lost the will to fight, Silver Song?
We'll go ahead and do a full round of attacks and see where we're at.
Oh, shut up, Echo. You got one lucky hit in.
I will end you!
This is with the Flame Blade.
It's called skill, says Echo.
Well, that's actually pretty good.
Oh shit!
Hey,
That-
we did it!
Woo!
We rolled decently.
Holy
shit! That
shit.
actually rolled well.
No,
Actually did.
no, be quiet. It might hear you.
She's going to
we did.
hear you.
We did 20 points, 13 piercing, and 7 fire.
Wow.
Sorry, I put 13. Okay, so
It's 20 total.
20 total. Okay, thanks. I can't.
13
I've
plus
got the
7.
dumb.
I state the split in case it matters for your purposes on like resistances on the back end.
For sure, I appreciate it.
Okay, and then yeah, we will keep going. This is our second attack. With that is an 18 hit.
She parries your attack.
Did
Okay.
you roll plus?
Yeah, that was with plus. But she used her reaction, which is not a small thing. So hasted attack. For an additional 7.
Damnable elf.
And then Rain is going to chug potion of healing, spear healing potion. Did it roll? Oh, there it goes. It's just a lot of dice.
Oh yeah, calculating
Needed a
dice.
minute.
Woo! All right, that's a fat potion of healing. All right.
Okay. It's great because like Rain has like no fucking hit points. That was almost just like a full heal. Rain is going to take just one step back.
Are you disengaging?
No, but she already used at least a reaction for parry, so I'm taking the risk.
Grr. Grr.
And
It'd be pretty
she-
game-breaking to give any character more than one reaction. to be honest.
except for monks, but and then Rain just kind of like winks at Echo, like beckoningly.
No, 5th edition monks also don't get bonus reactions unless they can spend key points on it. I didn't know that they could.
They can. That is Rain's turn.
All right. Next up, Echo. Takes a 3rd, possibly 4th wind. Heals 9 hit points. I will not be bested so easily. She looks at Rain, looks back to Akashaba.
Oh, you're gonna attack Akashaba, you coward. Because Rain is better than you. I'm actually gonna try to I'm gonna try to taunt her.
Oh, go ahead. Make an intimidation check. See if you can call her bluff.
Wouldn't it be like deception?
Oh!
Or to like trick her into like doing something I want her to do?
I'll allow it. Go ahead.
Attacking Rain.
Go ahead. Oh, fuck.
Like he looks at her contemptuously. He's like, "You coward! You can't face Rain, so you're going to run back here to attack Akashaba. You're weak."
I am not weak. She goes up to Rain.
As soon as she turns her back, Flix grins.
Surge fails.
Rain's cloak is reactivated since she just had her turn, so she is all blurry again.
All right. She swings. Disadvantage. 14.
That's a miss.
Swings. Disadvantage. 23. Hold on, I gotta check that. Yep, 23.
That hits.
Do you have any spell slots left for shield?
No, that hits actually because haste is actually down. Which let me remove that icon.
I mean, but can you shield it?
I don't. Oh, actually, I can. Actually, it's just one within. I thought it was exactly. I can actually shield it because I'm at 19.
I mean, it's your call, but
no. We'll go ahead and shield it because if she has more attacks, I don't want her to get the benefit of hitting me without displacement.
Once I have to see if she used save. I think she used saving face already. She did.
and
Okay.
there's no allies left anyway.
Yes, that is true. She did not do her recharge, so she does not get a 3rd attack. We have bonus action. We have attacked. Akashaba, you're up.
Okay. Kashba is going to walk over here and go for the dome.
Oh no! Wait, sorry. I didn't lose haste. That's right. I made that. That's why I left it up. I'm an idiot. If I had missed haste, we would have been way more fucked. Or lost haste.
You would have lost an entire turn and been incapacitated. And
Yeah. No.
Had advantage to hit you. And it would have been
No, yeah, you're right. Yeah, I'm dumb. Had it dumb.
Rain definitely reflects Echo's greatsword off of her shield.
Okay, does a 23 hit her?
23 hits.
Okay, and going to roll, so 9 damage, and then I'm going to get that second attack.
Hey, I got that second attack for you.
Nice.
Nice. All right, roll damage.
Dome.
Another 9.
9 damage, and that is going to be the turn, I think, insight? Sure.
I like that you goaded her to go fucking attack Rain, and then actually just walks up and bonks her.
He just domes her in the back of the head with his long-ass arms.
Don't steal my dancing partner.
No! Akashaba, what would you like to know?
Any other special attacks we don't know about? Anything else?
You've seen her greatsword, her blade storm, her goad, saving face, the 3rd, possibly 4th wind, her parry. She has a short bow as well, but that's it.
Cool. End of the turn.
All right, top of the round, Flix. You're up.
Flix like arcs through the air and you know what? I'm gonna save the casting of Pax. Comes down into range and stabs. And then crossbow.
20 hits. Ooh, 28 crits.
Yeah, that's 30, 43 damage, I want to say.
Flix, this will end Echo's run at the hunt. What would you like to do?
he arcs down, draws his rapier across the back of her knees, hamstringing her. And then, as she falls backwards, he like rotates around in the air and pins her to the ground with a crossbow bolt through the throat.
Started.
Nothing. I'd say it's nothing personal, but that only applied to Ava.
Akashima looks down as she's about to die. Nothing personal. Downtown.
Your strength is admirable. And she
It was 3-on-1. We had the advantage.
And she poofs out of existence, banished from the hunt.
Oof.
Well, there you go.
These fights are getting more and more difficult.
I suspect that as competitors are eliminated, that will only continue to be true. We still have a problem, though. They heard us and didn't open the door for us.
Yeah, we have other problems too. I am effectively about done casting spells for a while.
Yes, we have to get into this room. We have to figure it out.
We can spend more time with it. We've only done glancing looks, but like
I assume that the
Rain rubs
other
her
competitors
chest.
left nothing behind on the ground or anything.
The only thing you see on the ground is a bright red blood smear.
All right. Let's do a
Rain.
joke.
Rain, what were
That
you
was,
gonna say?
Oh, Rain just kind of like walks. Like for the first time, you actually see Rain kind of winded. That was a really good hit. That was a really, really good hit.
Yes, I know. It happens to me all the time.
Oh.
Yeah, I take a lot of those, plus also from bugs and stuff, but it does not make me happy to see this happen to you. You do not seem like you are a type who enjoys being hit.
Nope, not at all. That's not great.
Okay, so we need to figure out how they got out.
Well, they weren't in that room, right? We need to get into this room.
All right, Light. I'm not hexing anything, so that means that you can help me try to figure out how to open this door.
Make me a sleight of hand check. Ah, and the light blesses you
28.
this day. And after a bit more careful examination of the door, you find the depression. No, wait, that's just Akashaba. You find... It's him. He's the depression.
You just hear an entire AFI album radiating from him.
You trace your fingers across some cracks in the door, and they flare with a mystical purple light. And you hear a click.
I knew it. All right, friends, brace yourselves. There may be challenges ahead yet.
Oh, I really cannot stress just how little I am up for more challenge.
Just real quick question, Christina, does
Yeah.
Rain still have a little bit of her haste left up, or is that gone? I don't know how long it took Flix to open the door. It's a minute.
Yeah, you have a step still.
Okay.
I mean, theoretically, I just flitted over and it took me 10 seconds to open the door.
Great, that's even better. That means we have most of my haste up.
I have this, and he holds up the mace, and maybe one more of the giant, big space light things, but this is what I have.
All right, well,
Great,
here
let's do
goes.
it.
Yeah.
Oh, thank God.
This actually might be a good room to rest in. Because once the crystal is in my bag, it won't be obvious. I use Mage Hand to grab the crystal.
Ooh.
Well, nothing happened. We could also go to the room that they came from and barricade the door as they did. The one with all the rocks.
I'm a big fan of that idea.
Let's do that.
Flix, you acquire purple hunt crystal.
I should write this down. Blue hunt crystal, purple hunt crystal. So on and so forth. I mean, there's only so many hunt crystals, right? Or does each team have the opportunity to get a crystal? Or are we all competing for the same
There's
crystals?
one per floor, I believe.
Oh, so there's only one, not one per team per floor.
One per floor.
That's how I.
One per floor.
Yeah, that's how I thought Christina described it. Okay, well, shall we go to the barricadable room?
Indeed, let's. Look around, make sure there's no one doing anything stupid.
No, I'm back here.
No, Akashiba's, he's behind you.
That's not what I meant.
It doesn't matter.
All right, and they left a bunch of barricade stuff conveniently laying around, right?
There's a bunch of stuff, rocks, a wooden beam, enough to prevent the door from swinging one way or the other. Akashiba, there is clear, fresh water pouring from this serpent-headed statue. Here.
Akashiba is going to investigate it.
Alright, go ahead.
Is this more Healy water?
Akashiba, the water appears crystal clear. No fish swim in it. And you see a bag in the corner, submerged under the water.
Hey, there's a bag in water here if someone wishes to come and try to use the magical hand to get it.
The magical hand.
Got the magic
Yeah,
stick.
I got the magic hands.
Rain will go over and mage hand it out of the water.
You gain soggy bag.
She'll carry it over here. She'll put it on the ground, and then she'll immediately start casting the dome in like this corner right here.
The bag is empty, previously looted by the Gizzes.
Groovy.
Flix is like industriously bringing very small rocks and piling them in front of the door.
Extra, while I set up the dome, would you mind helping Flix maybe with the barricade situation?
I can help.
I'm afraid the rocks that he's carrying over there aren't really going to be enough to stop a flea.
Okay.
Well, at least they'll stop the fleas, Flix says, shooting a glare at Rain.
And for that I am thankful.
Akashiba picks up one of the rocks very handily and begins moving it over here.
Yeah, there should be a bunch of debris actually already over here. It shouldn't take us long to barricade the door properly.
You guys are re-barricading what they had torn down, and eventually you get a relatively decent makeshift barricade going. It's going to take some oomph and some noise to break through this.
How many total crystals are there? Like, how many total floors are there? Do we know?
You don't know.
All right, well, we have to hope that having two puts us ahead a little bit. But we need the rest, so we don't really have a choice.
Well, I don't think anybody can actually trigger the final encounter without all of them, so there's something to be said for that.
Well, we just don't know how it works, do we?
I mean, we know that they're keys to unlock the final encounter, yeah. But also the other victory condition that was explained was being the last competitors in the hunt.
Oh,
This is true, and that's how Harkin eventually won the hunt last year, is he merely waited everybody out.
And then picked off the survivors one by one.
Mm-hmm. A very roguish ability for a roguish bugbear.
Mm-hmm. No cool gift from our viewers this time?
Perhaps you should talk to them. They are watching.
Hey, if anyone saw business with a sarcophagus, I do not wish to comment.
Actually, was just here so he won't get fined.
He's really thinking he's about like playing himself out of chances with the beautiful dwarf lady. Yeah, let's call her that.
Oh,
Kolga.
Kolga.
No, I know. I was, trying to describe her. And then I thought about all the words I would use and they were inappropriate, so I just kept pivoting to different words until I arrived at
All right. These torches put off heat, correct, or just light?
The torches provide just light. They are magical creations.
All right. Okay. Well, I'm going to. You said there are beams of wood and whatnot.
It is mostly rock. There was a
Wait, so
ceiling
there was-
cave in here. There's a couple beams. There's like 2 planks of wood that they use to kind of wedge in the door.
Basically, I'm going to make a little campfire here, and then, like, blow the smoke of the campfire with prestidigitation, like, out this way. And I'm going to make a little campfire, and I'm going to cook delicious half pound of exquisite bacon and Goliath sausages for us.
Ooh, excellent.
I'm gonna use the bathroom real quick. I'll be right back.
And I've got half a wheel of cheese, and I make a nice meal for us. I guess I can roll performance? I don't know what this would be. Sleight of hand? What's a cooking roll?
Performance.
What is this Final Fantasy 15 right now?
We're cooking! Oh my god, it's terrible!
It's fine.
Wait,
it's just
are your
not
hands
very
blessed by the divine light?
well. They are.
Does Gordon Ramsay guide your knife? He does not. It's fucking raw!
I think you said that that those foodstuffs just gave us a buff if we ate them anyway.
They do. But since you failed your cooking roll, they're not going to provide any sort of other beneficial buff except for the flat 5 hit points that you will gain from the delicious Goliath sausages that you cook up. It's kind of hard to fuck these up. Unless you critically failed. And then you would
They're like-
burn them.
They're a little crunchy because like the outside is a little bit charred.
I like it charred. I actually do like kielbasa charred. It's amazing.
After 11 minutes is up, the dome, the blue dome appears.
Okay.
Are these actually like paper like fragments down here?
They are, but they are torn up.
Rain will collect them after the dome is up and see if she can spend a little bit of time putting them back together.
But you can't.
This is gonna be huge again. Don't be scared.
You can't read them. Nothing's right. They're torn.
Nothing's right, I'm torn. I'm all out of faith.
That rather upsets me about this hunt business is that there's no hope of cooperating with other hunters. The very design of the thing insists that we annihilate everyone that we come across. It's rather disappointing.
I mean, that is kind of point of activity. I do not necessarily enjoy harming fellow townspeople, but, it's kind of contest, right? It's all in good spirit.
Yes, I suppose so. I must consider it in the spirit of competition. Anyway, for those of you that are still watching us, I forgot about the voyeuristic aspect of this entire pursuit. Thank you for your support. I hope that we've been very entertaining for you, and I apologize for our forthcoming rest, which will no doubt be somewhat boring, except for those of you who enjoy watching other people sleep. Which I'm sure there are some of you, and I ask that you behave appropriately while doing so.
This is like
Be sure to like, comment, and subscribe.
Yeah, whatever that means. The familiar blue sigil appears on the ground. And it begins to
Do
glow.
do a persuasion check?
Like,
I'm gonna roll it just so
Do
I can
it.
get like the
Ooh.
3 out of the way. Oh, there we go. All right.
Oh, Flick's the crowd favorite. The blue sigil appears as a boon is about to
He's
be
like
summoned
a
on the
tiny
party.
cat-like Mr. Rogers just sitting down and having a fireside chat with the viewer.
God, fireside chat triggered. And in the middle of the sigil, a small chest appears.
Another backpack.
It's
backpack,
a
yeah.
chest. Because I can't access I don't know where my chests are. Hold on. Maybe I could find them. Are they cages or are they clutter? It's just me digging through my millions and billions of assets. It's a backpack again, because that's what I can immediately find. Giant backpack!
Oh, I
It's
want
kinda
what's
like
in the
a
giant
samurai
backpack, not what's in the paltry tiny bag. Oh.
Significantly smaller backpack.
Rummage. Thank you so much. Your kindness is what keeps us going. In fact, we're doing this for you, not for ourselves.
Hey, what? I'm kind of doing it.
I
for
shoot you a look.
God damn it, Akasha!
God damn it! The first thing that you find in here are another set of wrapped rations.
We should eat these after we rest, I think.
You also find a tall bottle of wine. And it has a very gold etched label on it. It reads on the front, Apple Bottom Fire Brew.
Oh, Akashaba, I think you should take the first draft of this.
Akashima like stares at it like he's like doing math in his head, like he's trying to figure out why. He's like, oh yes, okay.
Like Flix gives the invisible screen a saucy wink, although he doesn't know where the screen is.
Akashima.
Meanwhile, in Borealis Tavern, Flix turns away from the camera and makes.
I assume that since this has all been like televised, Rain has just been giving like a ton of just Jim Halpert looks into the camera, like as Akashima's fighting the undead in the circle designed to prevent undead from leaving. Akashima takes the wine, uncorks it, and takes a swig, and he smiles. He goes, "Oh yes, this is very good. Whoever sent this to me," and he winks at Flix. "Thank you so much."
Kashaba, when you take the swig of the wine, you feel the warmth flowing through you, as if you could belch forth a gout of fire breath.
Kashima like kind of like hits himself on the chest, like trying to like calm his chest down, like, but like a small like little gout of flame.
A little bit of smoke curls from your nostrils.
Oh, that's so good, Flix. You should try some.
Oh, I'd be delighted to. If you don't mind, I'm going to take a nap first. I suppose I'll curl up by the door. That way, my trusty crossbow is more likely to wake us should someone begin meddling.
I mean, the dome is going to be like... What? It's going to be like this.
Oh yeah, what's in the rations too? Besides the... Are there any other special cool nibblies?
Unwrapping the rations, you find a bevy of roasted, seasoned potatoes. And they look absolutely delicious. They're peppered in with some sausage and coated in a delicious cheese. There's a note attached to them.
From a
What's it say?
From a delighted viewer. Hearts.
Paprika. Paprika's the most amazing cook and friend anyone could ever have. In fact, if you haven't had Paprika's cooking, if you haven't gone to Borealis Tavern, then you simply haven't lived.
Hashtag ad.
My name is Flix, Duke of Cats, and Borealis Tavern is my favorite in Borealis.
Diners, Dungeons, and Dives!
Borealis Tavern goes out of business because it gets too much business.
No! All right,
Well, I
Rain.
used to go to the Borealis Tavern, but the lines are so long now.
Yeah, man, it's not cool anymore. Rain, you begin to summon Leoman's tiny hut. And I am going to co-opt the previous sigil I just put down here.
Did we not pick up the bag from the water? Am I imagining that?
Oh, you did. It was empty. The Giz sisters had already looted it.
Okay.
Sorry,
And
first
no doubt
come, first
already
serve.
defeated whatever sludge things were there. I saw them finishing off a fight when I came in.
Yep. Alright, I have put the sigil down and Rain's tiny hut is now active. You are protected by a dome. Huddled. I need some Darkest Dungeon lines right now, please.
Overconfidence is a slow and insidious killer.
Yes! And you all huddle up under the hut. Only the campfire light. Just kidding, there's torches on the walls. And you may begin your short rest.
I think we have to take a long rest this time.
Yeah, I
We
think
don't
we
have
need
any
to do
hit
a long
dice left,
rest.
so the short rest isn't going to do us a lot of good.
Very well.
Bye. Yeah. Akashaba is definitely going to just like immediately. He needs 8 hours, so is safe in the hut, barricaded, crossbow warning. Is feeling as safe as he could feel, and he kind of curls up into a ball.
And wherever Akashaba is, Flix curls up on Akashaba because he is warm, soft, and fluffy.
Rain only needs 4 hours, so she'll like rest the first 4 and then stay up the rest of the 4.
All right. And you all begin to hunker down for a nice, long rest. But with many people still in the hunt, they are going to be looking for you, knowing that the crystals have already been procured from their magical pedestals. Will they find you?
Unfortunately for them, because the crystals are in my satchel, if they're using anything to find them, they can't.
And with that, 2 crystals in hand, and more hunt to go, we will end today's session.
Nick, I like how that was like the AOL equivalent of like somebody's like, "Oh, I slashed you with my sword," and you're like, "Oh no, sorry, I roll out of the way."
I mean, it's
like
true
that.
though. They're in a pocket dimension,
No,
so they
I
don't
know.
appear at this point.
I appreciate that, but that just took me back to being 13, like, in a red wall chat room, arguing with someone about how their sword slice did not hit me because I rolled.
Yeah,
I mean,
God.
obviously. I mean, rolling undoes. I don't see the flaw in this argument.
So there will we're going to be, next session, we're going to probably open up with some wandering monster checks, meaning wandering hunters, because the long rest is going to be very difficult to take, and you may be interrupted. So we shall see what happens as you attempt to rest on the next episode of Arctis. Smile.
Next time on
Arctis!
I'm excited.
Yeah.
Did
you guys have fun?
Opening? Is that a thing we have money for?
You guys cleared another floor, kinda? You guys experienced another floor?
I mean, that was a full adventuring days of us getting our asses kicked by awful shit constantly. So I'm gonna call that a floor cleared.
I mean, the Sphinx was kind of brutal.
That Sphinx was ridiculous. Like just the saving throws being that high, I was like, okay.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna make these saves. Felix is gonna get.
I like how we had like
vaporized.
2 really bad fights, and then Extra had a really bad fight he inflicted on himself for some reason.
I love that. I love that you
learned.
chose to RP his flaw.
Yeah, I think it's perfect. I think it's
No,
great.
100%. Akashaba made poor decisions. That's just kind of his thing.
Speaking of which, I don't know if do you use inspiration, Christina?
I do sometimes. Mm-hmm.
Can I lobby for Akashaba to get inspiration
Oh,
for literally doing something insanely stupid just for the sake of his roleplay? I mean, that's.
Cannot buy this.
Okay, so you cannot be inspirationally stupid.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
It was a good roleplay, though.
It was excellent
So, like-
roleplay, just not incredibly inspiring to almost die to mummy rot.
Yeah.
I guess. I feel like that he sucked up awful consequence, and we spent a bunch of resources for him roleplaying his
I would
flaw,
also
which
point
is
out that, like,
pretty
for
good.
as long as you all have known me, I like to do pretty dumb things, so it wasn't that much of a sacrifice.
All right. Well, I have lobbied, and I accept your ruling.
I was gonna say, Nick, like, you saw me through most of my dating days. Just poor decisions everywhere. I did not get any inspiration dice for those.
Yeah, remind me to send flowers and chocolates to Kayla for saving you from yourself.
God.
All right. So next meetup is Wednesday. Yeah, okay. I'll just ask. I have some scheduling questions for down the road, but I'll just ask them off stream. So.
Yeah, not a problem. At least for now, I am done with you all. I will say goodbye to the stream and hop back into Discord if you guys have any questions.
Okay. Bye, everyone.
Hey,
Alright.
Phil.
Say good night to the stream.
Good night,
Good night,
Good night,
stream.
stream. I love you. Thank you for watching us be idiots.
Bye, stream.
All right. I have disconnected from the Discord server, and that is it for Arctis today. Our next session is Wednesday at 6:00 p.m. Pacific. Thank you all so much for watching. I greatly, greatly appreciate it. Chat was definitely more active than it usually is, so I hope you all enjoyed the session. They have more hunt to go, and we'll see just how far they make it. Will they make it to the final battle? What is the final battle? Who knows? Thank you everybody for watching, and I'll see you next time. Have a great night.